Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, February the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Thank you, PJ. Wow, what a day, what a start for some of us anyway, if you got up early enough. This KOD, horrible news for it, obviously. Sinks on adverse study, it must be a late stage. Can you imagine? And in fact, I checked, well, I didn't check, it's just somebody else had posted this, one of the other traders and trade ideas had posted some insider buys for another stock. It happened, and KOD happened to be one of them. It was just by coincidence. And on February 16th and February 17th, Baker Brothers had bought something like 300,000 shares at $54. This is on the 16th and 17th. Look at it now. I wonder what that call is going to be like from Baker Brothers to the CEO of KOD. Man, oh man. Anyway, bottom line is I ended up shorting this just underneath 15, 1485. I covered some at around 1385. And as I indicated just a little earlier, I had my finger on the cover button at 13. And I just sort of let it sit there for a bit. My finger was just on the cover button, and then it started to move down again. So I'm still in this as a short from 1485. Again, we're taking some out around 1385, and now this is now over a $3 move. What a move! Oh man. That is pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Though I mean, when you think about, they were a director. Baker's brothers are a director, and they must have thought that, well, I guess whatever they're going to come up with is going to be stellar. Unbelievable. Just goes to show. You think you have inside knowledge of something that could be happening, and anyway. There are other things happening. Let's see, CDNS, gapping up on earnings. Big gap up on earnings, big float, but it is a big gap up on earnings. Actually that 200-day is far enough away, so this could conceivably keep moving. I mean, there's the 200-day is 155. TJX, earnings play, TJX. A gap down for, that's a big float, 1.1 billion in the float. So this is gap down also on earnings. Couldn't see any news for this one, REVB, couldn't see any news. But it is gapped up quite a lot actually, 7 million, so it's almost traded the float, 7.7 million in the float. It's already traded 7.1 million, up 31%. Couldn't see any specific news. Not for today. I mean, I see, this is the one last week. Roth initiated coverage, I think with a price target of 12. Now that was last week. VRT is I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, VRT is an earnings play. VRT is an earnings play, a gap down on earnings. Here's another one, guys. I saw this one last night, RXT. An RXT gap down. Sorry, after hours yesterday. This is an all-time low now. This is definitely primo also, if you have shorts available. But a gap down on earnings, and the gap continues to move down, and it's an all-time low now. DNA. This is one of Kathy. This is a Kathy Woodstock, isn't it? Kathy Woodstock. Kathy Woodstock. Anyway, Goldman has decided to initiate coverage with a $7 price target for DNA. And of course, I'm just keeping an eye on the Kodiak. So IMPP, another one of these Oops, wrong, sorry. I am PP. I am PP Imperial Petroleum, one of these deep sea transfer freight transportation stocks, along the lines of the Starbuck SBLK, and there was another one yesterday. Excuse me, but just a big rip here too. A lot of volume, 13 million, only 12 and a half in the float, so it's traded the float already. Over $1 now. This could gain a lot of traction. You know, people like myself who don't trade stocks under $1 will start to look at this. Meanwhile, KOD, good grief, where's this going? Huh. Now, this is another classic because I've had people say to me, well, how can you, the stock is already down like 1,000,000%. How can you short it more? How can you enter a short when it's already down so much? Well, this is, to me anyway, it's the psychology of it all. This happened in the pre-market. Okay, so not everybody's getting up super early and looking at the market. All of a sudden they see this and they just start to trade it. They start to enter a short. So yeah, I mean the huge move is already over. The huge move, but man, I mean you can still get 20%, 20 or 30%. Anyway, I mean it doesn't happen all the time like this, but my big key was getting underneath that whole number of 15. Gamble, boy, the gambling stocks. GMBL earnings play, another lifetime low. GMBL. You guys have been talking about Overstock, OSTK. OSTK is an earnings play, and this is soaring. Boy, look at this. Had a miserable 4 days, and now this is almost wiped out the last 4 days. STRN. They've initiated a up to $10 million buyback, repurchase of their stock. So this is helping this one pop somewhat. HIMS, HIMS. I think this is an earnings play, HIMS. And it is an earnings play, yes. Big float, 100 million in the float. Coming into a lot of resistance in my opinion, right around that 5 level. So this could be a short. Meanwhile, I've got text to voice on my gap downs here. And she, as in the lady who reads it out, he keeps saying KOD, KOD, KOD over and over and over again in her text to voice. Wow. Now, there's a buyout, TEN, in case you're seeing this one, not talking about it. It's a buyout, TEN, big, huge, look at that, almost 100%. And REGI, rumors of interest in buying this company. Energy shoots higher on takeover interest. Wow. Well, it's going to be hard to top that one, guys, the KOD. Now, at some point, it probably will bounce, but man, oh man. I always say, you first. Who's gonna dip in this one first? Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right. So let's see. It's 9:11. So let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. I wonder how many downgrades there are for KOD. Okay, let's get them in here. Here are the upgrades. Another one that's starting to sink here is ASAN. And if you look at the insider buys on that one, the CEO has been buying a ton, but it is sinking. ASAN, he was buying in the 70 range. All right, here are the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let me get the downgrades in now. Yeah, I guess they didn't see, they had already done their work before they saw the big drop of KOD. Obviously. Bunch of downgrades, or not a bunch, I got 2 or 3 downgrades for RXT. A couple of downgrades for ATUS also, I see. Let me take a look at ATUS. ATUS, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. A couple of downgrades for ATUS. My thoughts on BRLI. BRLI, haven't seen that in my scanner this morning, I don't think. BRLI? Don't really know what to say about it. I mean, it's a SPAC, right? It's a SPAC, so I mean, if you're talking, I mean, I really don't know anything about this. Who are they trying to buy? To combine with, yeah, Nucleus. So this is, so I don't know anything about Nucleus, if that's what you're asking me. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, it's an ugly, ugly, ugly looking chart. But yeah, I don't know anything about it. I guess they are. That's the announcement today, the 23rd. Is this the first time they've said this? Yeah, that I can't answer, Trader. Do they work in harmony? I mean, obviously, if you're saying the warrants are moving, I mean, this is obviously not moving at all. Yeah, Nucleus to combine. So payments crypto firm. So it's a crypto play. I mean, if you know, it is a crypto play. Other than that, I have no idea about Nucleus and whether or not it'll be a success. Okay, it's not halted now though, right? BRLI is not halted now. I don't see it halted. I mean, any one of these SPACs. I mean, if you know anything about or want to read about Nucleus and you think this is a good fit, I mean, I guess it's one of those ones. I mean, $10 usually is the base. Man, is this KOD going to get down to 10? So we're in for a nice robust open. Yeah, see the SPY is up. Yeah, I don't have that on my halts. Yeah, I don't have that as a. Maybe when it was halted, it was under 20,000 shares. Steve-O. All right, so there's really only two options, Steve. If you right-click on a chart, and go to Properties, click on Properties, you'll see there's symbol linking as an option, and if it's checked, that means when you click on a symbol, that chart will change. So, or if it's unchecked, it won't. So in other words, I have this unchecked. I have my SPY chart unchecked, and I have all these checked. So that's what I want. So when I click on a symbol, of course, these will all change, whereas the SPY doesn't. So it's just a matter of unchecking, selecting the ones you want checked, and unchecking the one you don't want to change. Okay? Now, when you say linked, do you mean in Brokerage Plus linking? If that's what you're talking about, no. But you can link so that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform. Yeah, no, it's not. I have no idea when or if. I mean, I think they've taken down the soon, coming soon. It's been coming soon for a year, so I think they took it down finally. Well, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening with the sectors. Now, remember yesterday, we had the energy stocks. They were all high. They were all above yesterday's close. The close from the day before. And then during the day, they all slid. So, as we speak, so what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that sector. So when you see 90.9%, what that means is 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Excuse me, as we speak. That, of course, can change, just like it turned around yesterday in a big way. But I think, yeah, look at tech, 90% are up. So virtually everything is up, 90% financials as we speak. Again, if we look at this 15 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now, an hour from now, it could be dramatically different. But anyway, this is what we have in store for the open. I did not see your back of envelope calculation. I like it. 627, I like it for KOD. Yeah, it's hard to know, T. Rich. I mean, I'd love to be able to say I think this one will pop on the open. So, it's a matter of these. We already know the ones that are moving in the pre-market. Whether on the open they continue to pop. I mean, that's usually the $1 million question. Nyuk, 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 Harry. So VRT, this Not quite an all-time low, only a 33% above, but a couple of downgrades for this one, VRT earnings play. Keep an eye on this one. Interesting. I mean, this is I don't know what software publishers. I want to throw this into tech, but this is certainly not. This is weakening. ASAN. Didn't I give that to you? The breaking down in volume. Didn't I give that to you? I mean, I can share it, but it's in a doc. My unusual options. It's funny. I mean, even though I loved it a few months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, and I was concentrating on that, I'm concentrating more now on the daily breakouts and downs. Somebody asked about my unusually strong options. But it's also the market, because moving higher with unusually strong options, just not getting, with this market the way it's been over the last almost 2 months now, you're not getting, for me anyway, I'm just not getting those same sort of pops on those options. So I've been concentrating more on the ones that are breaking down. Well, it's not. It's not. I'm not sharing it. I'm not sharing it on my homepage. But I can give it to you. I'm sure I did. I thought I did this yesterday, but okay. Yeah, maybe I didn't save it. Okay. All right, these are four. This is the doc version, okay? Just so you know. So it's got four scans in there. Yeah, no, this Indo, I didn't mention the Indo. Of course, this was the crazy one from yesterday. So it's up 10%. A lot of volume already, 1.5 million in the float. So it's already traded, doubled the float in terms of trading in the pre-market. What did it get up to? Got up to, remember I had an alert set up here and see if it was going to take that out. I was probably going to take this trade at 896 or over. It didn't do that. I still have the alert set here. This is the high of yesterday. I'll see if that happens later on. RX. I was going to say RXT became unshortable, but no, 500 and half a million shares at Interactive Brokers. The issue is going to be, if I do want to short this later, will I be able to get it with that uptick rule? But at this point, I'm just going to wait and see what happens to the Kodiak. Anything approaching 11, I'll probably get out, and cover. Well, if you just joined us, I'm short Kodiak KOD from 1485 with covered some at around 1385, and I'm holding on to the rest. See what happens. So Already talked about Kodiak. Somebody in our YouTube room asked about it. Give me one moment. Yeah, a big pop here for Indo, guys. Indo on the move. In DraftKings, I have a $22 price target put on them by somebody yesterday. So 1948, so it's above the high of, what day are we now? Wednesday? So this is actually Friday's high. This is yesterday, so it's above yesterday's high, it's above Friday's high, DKNG. Yeah, which is one reason why I don't do too much pre-market trading. It's funny, I can't remember the last time I took a pre-market trade on a long position. They always seem to be these bios that I'll short. And one of the reasons, of course, is that, as William's saying, uptick rule does not apply in the pre-market. So as long as your broker has shorts available, you can get an easy fill. When the market opens, that's another story. Are you a new trader, T. Rich? Just give me a moment. One minute. All right, thank you, William. So yeah, we have a minute to the open, or half a minute now. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. So again, T. Rich, are you a new trader? No, there's a T. Rich. There's a Rich and there's a T. Rich. Okay, so, well, first of all, I'm not telling, of course, I've never told anybody how to trade. I typically set up the first 15 minutes, and I have been trading for a while, but I typically set out the first 15 minutes just to let things settle down a bit. I mean, yeah, if you guess right, and the market's open now. If you guess right, sure, it's great. Get one that moves immediately. I just find things are too whippy at the start. Wow, look at Indo. Holy smokes. This could, this takes this out. This 890. This is going to get a lot of traders interested. It takes out that high of yesterday. And we have a halt. CSGP halted. Well, on the way up, this is actually it's an earnings play. It got crushed on earnings yesterday. Look at this, after hours, but it's trying to recover, and it got halted on the way up. That is for CSGP, but it's still down 18%. All right, guys, I've covered just about everything now of my KOD. It was just flirting with that 11. But it continues down. Got a little bit left, not much, just in case, but and let's see, we'll look at the market. So the market Dow's up, NAS is up, and SPY is up to start the day. All right, this is a small one, IMPP, in the I guess it's in the right sector. This deep sea freight transportation sector. I noticed that SBLK had a downgrade this morning, but this has been on a tear, and IMPP is in the same sector. Yeah, okay, space. Look at space here, guys. SPCE. That's actually, it's an earnings play. Didn't realize it was an earnings play. SPCE. PLTR also. So some of these stocks that have been beaten up over the last little while. PLRT having a bit of a pop. Kathy Wood dumps another 123 million in Palantir shares. Loads up 20 million on the Tesla dip. So, according to a report, she's put 123 million into PLTR. Now look at Skin, guys. So Skin is an earnings play also. You really see this in the pre-market. I'm not sure why, but Skin, look at this, SKIN. Meanwhile, Macy's continues down after a very strange day for trading yesterday. You got as high as $23, or just here $28 on earnings. Looked like it was going to just rip, and then it sold off the entire day. And this is a continued sell-off, actually starting to approach the 200-day moving average, 23. Overstock, OSTK continues on earnings. It looks to me like it's getting into a pretty dicey resistance area, around that 50 mark. Man, I didn't. Well, again, I don't like to take these right off the bat, but look at Macy's right there, 23.72, 23.26, coming right into that 200-day moving average. What is going to happen? Will that hold it, or is it going to crash right through it? Woof, another earnings play, guys. JMIA and almost an all-time low. JMIA almost an all-time low, 7% above. Another earnings play, though. Now, I look left, and what do I see? I see $6.99. So, 7 may hold it. So it's fairly close. 7 may hold it. If you have the AI, you know there's an early alert to short Riven or IVN. All right, another earnings play, guys. CWH, another earnings play on the way down here. Another one hitting the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low, of course. It's but they don't all have to be all-time lows, but it certainly helps, in my opinion. Well, overstock coming into that 50 mark. OSTK, earnings play. So it's an earnings play, and then they're also talking about successfully launched support for clearing and settlement securities transactions for itself and its broker dealer affiliates. So it's an earnings play along with some news. That is my bread and butter, shorting all-time lows. So we've got a couple of runners right off the bat here. Space and DraftKings, Overstock really approaching, OSTK really approaching that 50 mark now. I still have a piece of the KOD, not much, but just going to hold on. Another attempt at 11 will get me out of the final bid I have of it. RXT actually has had a little pop, guys. RXT. So let's see if this pop holds. Okay. And this is just a momentary blip up, and then it'll start to move back down again. It isn't, well, of course, there's the all-time low, $7. It's an earnings play, a couple of downgrades. Yeah, I love shorting all-time lows. Well, DraftKings approaching 20 now, guys. DKNG approaching 20. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, VIPS is an earnings play also, guys. VIPS, an earnings play. Looks like there could be some support around 860 or so. I mean, I'm just looking at the daily chart. So it doesn't have a lot of room. All right, guys. So if you're part of the test drive, you have the AI, so not working too badly. I'm not in it. It's just, it's a little outside the price range that I do like, but the shorter Riven, RIVN, 62.12, 61.31 now. All right, 941. Just waiting for that 945. Then I'll really start looking, see what sort of stock I may want to do something on. So Indo did not hold, INDO did not hold. What did it get up to? Got up to 842 and then dropped way down here, 745. Big percentage move, so a little indecision right now for the INDO. All right, let's take a look at the overall market. So the market is, yes, weakening just a little bit here. Just looking at that first 15-minute candle. The two previous ones were red also, so we'll have to wait and see what happens on that first 15. Okay, Pancho, are you part of this test drive? Are you trying to trade your live account? Because you can't, because that's the only thing we don't allow. All right, so first of all, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Are you part of this test drive? Okay, so are you trying to trade your live account, or are you in the simulator? In other words, are you trying to trade your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account? That's the only thing we don't allow in the test drive. Okay. Okay. Did you ask me this question yesterday? We talked a little bit about the limit offset. Because I'm looking at, these are pretty expensive. The Riven and the TXRH. So what is your limit offset? No, don't, well, okay, maybe that's use our simulator. Use our simulator, okay? It's probably because you can't attach to IB in this test drive at all. Use the simulator. Okay, use our simulator and you should be good to go. Don't try to attach to IB paper. We don't have any support on that. Okay? But then the next thing to check, because I'm looking at a couple like Riven and TXRH. I mean, those are expensive stocks. So, it depends what your limit offset is. You've got a limit offset of even like 5 cents. Yeah. Well, there's nothing really to configure. I mean, it's just a matter of clicking on Sim. But I don't know. If you said you watch these videos, there's really nothing to configure. You just click on Sim. Let me disconnect. Okay, so this is what you should see. You should see something in Brokerage Plus. You should say not connected. All you do is click on Sim. The two options underneath the Brokerage Plus, Live and Sim. Just click on Sim, and then it should change to Select Account. And then just click on that, and then a little box will pop up that says Simulated Trading Default. That's it. I mean, that is it. Okay, there's no other configuration. All right, guys, HIMS, a gap up and go right now, HIMS, but look at the look left, and what do we see? 520, it could stall it, HIMS. Okay, Pancho, did that make sense? I mean, it's really simple, to get the simulator going, and then after that, Then you just turn your strategies on. Here are the Holly strategies. You have to have the tab. Just turn them all on, highlight them. Right click, enable them, okay, or whatever ones you want. But you really have to look at the limit offset. If you have a limit offset, here's I don't know if the default is 5 cents. Trying to get a $62 stock, I mean, you may not get it with a 5 cent offset. But the second video goes into all of that in terms of, why the limit offset is important. All right, guys, I'm totally out of the KOD now. Whoa, look at this one, guys. NU is an earnings play, and in the pre-market, this was up. And then look at this, the market opened and just absolutely got kicked. Here's an interesting one, guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market, but this Tupperware, this is an earnings play. You can see if it takes out 17, this could have a bit of a run. This was actually down in the pre-market, way down here at 14.50 or so, and it has popped right back up. This is a gap down and go, or gap down and reverse. The high of yesterday was 17.08. You can kind of see if it takes that out. The high up here is 18.36. This could have a run in it if it takes out that 17.08. So I'll put an alert there just to see if it happens, number one. Doesn't mean if it happens I just pile into the trade, but I want to know about it. Meanwhile, space just continues here, guys. There's actually a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for SPCE. You can see that red bar that on the 5-minute chart, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next bar is green, moves above the high of that red bar at 85. So this could signify, a continuation of the trend. Nothing is 100%, of course, but well, PJ, you didn't win that bet. Minus, right? Minus $1. Well, then you should get fills. You should get fills minus $1. Now Riven looks good, guys. This is from the AI. 6212 was the alert. Now 6028 now. Hmm. All right, so the Russian index is moving down. RUSL moving down. Whoa. This is a gap up in reverse, guys. Barclays. The reason I shy away from these is such a huge float. I don't know. It's going to take a lot to move it. 4.4 billion in the float. It is trading 2.5 times normal. It's an earnings play, BCS. I guess if it took out 11, but it just is not for me. It's probably not going to be dynamic enough. Or this RUSL is picking up steam here. RUSL. What's the Russia bear? It is? Just RUS? Thank you, Ori. That can't be it. How about RUS? No. What? Anybody know what the Russia bear is? No, we don't recognize RUSS. Unless I typed it in wrong. So we don't recognize that. RSX is the yeah, but this is I'm looking for the Russia like to buy, okay, not to short. I want to buy. I want to just know what the buy is on the like what the Russia bear is. These are the bulls. Here's another earnings play, guys. Right down the road from me, Sierra Wireless, SWIR, coming into, wow, looks like it's coming into a big support area. So right now, guys, with the market, what it's doing, I'd be looking at shorting some of these tops, okay? Okay, yeah, but what I'm looking for, guys, I mean, you know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, these are the bulls, okay? So, you know, the Russia market's going up. These are the bulls. I'm looking for the bear, okay, the Russia bear ETF. Well, it's funny, we don't have that. I don't know why. And it's not loading into Interactive Brokers either, so I'm not sure what to say on that. But you're right. Oh, okay, this is why. There's a little pop-up that comes up. It's almost preventing me in Interactive Brokers to yeah, it's not quite the same. Anyway, I don't care. Yeah, when I type in RUSS into Interactive Brokers, a big pop-up comes up, and I'm supposed to agree or disagree with whatever they're saying. No, RSX and RUSL, I believe, are the same. Yeah, they're both bulls. Anyway, I don't want to dominate this. Whew, another one that is just getting crushed here. KLTR, another all-time low. All right, well, let's see if this is going to work, guys. KLTR, another all-time low. It's an earnings play. I am short. Let's see what happens. Yeah, the alert at 201 just took it just underneath 2. There's a tight stop on it. Yeah, no kidding. That earnings beat yesterday for Macy's meant zip. And it's look what it did. Boy, it kissed the 200-day moving average. Got down to 2317, 2306 is the 200-day, and it bounced off it so far. So far. Meanwhile, DraftKings now, DKNG over 20. Next high looking left is 2343, so it still has some room. Am I right? Did somebody put a $22 price target on it yesterday? Some analyst. Sort of remember that. Well, guys, if you took those with the AI, if you took that ribbon, it's turning into a nice little play, 3.5% right now. KLTR. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. KLTR. It's an earnings play. It's all-time low. Cheap. I don't love it because it's just cheap, but I thought, okay, let's do it and see what happens. I mean, I'm literally in at 198, so I mean, I'm just it's just hanging right there. If it goes over 2 with any authority, I'm out. I'm just going to move on. Meanwhile, RAUSL continues down. Market is weakening. So you might have been out by about 20 minutes or half an hour or 40 minutes, PJ. Looks like they're all going to turn negative, though. Wow, RUSL just getting thumped here. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Well, so much for the nice little market pop in the morning, pre-market. Market has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 minutes straight down. Well, this still has 12 minutes to close, but so again, say it every day. I mean, bounce plays, it'll be pretty tough if the market continues to do this. There's a nice short from the AI though, RIVN, nice short, 62.12, 59.12 now. There's a $3 move. Whew. Another gap up and reverse. We're seeing a lot of these guys, and it's an earnings play. PLAB, I think somebody was talking about this one earlier. PLAB, but this is a gap up and reverse. All right, guys, I'm losing a little bit of patience with the KLTR. If it doesn't get into the low 90s pretty soon, I'll probably just turf it. But that doesn't mean you have to. Somebody's awake. Another gap up and reverse. Okay, keep an eye on this one, guys. This is an earnings play. STLA. This is reversing now. STLA, with the market. STLA. It's funny. Well, funny, but KOD is actually showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown at 10:52. I mean, it is still. I mean, had I not already been sure, I've covered now, but It is Chloe. I don't know what's going on. Wow. I mean, even if you'd just taken it here, now 10:52 is at 10:12 now. Problem is, you may not have been able to get because of the uptick rule, but meanwhile, RUSL continues his descent. Oh, wow. Almost an all-time low. What a great short from up here. Well, that's a few months ago. Wow, guys, the ribbon has turned out to be a great AI short. I mean, look at this, 62.12, 58.67 now. It's a great AI short. That is a 5.5% move. Did not take it. I don't usually take the ones that are over 30. Doesn't mean you have to do the same thing, but this is just following the market right down. And even the AI took Kodiak, KOD at 10:51, I see. Guys, I just mentioned the STLA. Look at the STLA now. How does it manage excess and profit taking or start? Well, okay, every AI strategy has some kind of a hold period. Some all the way to the end of the day, like 3:45. Some are 60 minutes, some are 90 minutes. It depends on the strategy. Some have profit targets, which I would never pay attention to. So those are reasons why the AI will get out. Of course, if it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. And then there's some algorithm that will kick in if a stock moved higher and then it started to move low. Some algorithm will kick in for profit taking. So there are several ways how the AI gets out of a trade in auto fashion. Well, not if you follow the rules that the AI sets out in the specific strategy. But God, you've heard me say a million times. The AI can alert you. For instance, on the RIVN, and I don't know. I'm not looking at the specific strategy. But what if there was a time hold, okay, on this one, 45 minutes? Why would you be out of this trade? Just because this strategy has, I'm just making this up, but if the strategy had a certain time hold, or what if it had a $2 profit target? Why would you get out of the trade when it's still working? So, that's why I'm always saying, you want to let the AI alert you to the opportunity. Manage the trade then. You can get into the trade and then manage the trade. The only programming, if you will, is how many shares, what you want the risk to be per trade. If we had $100, $200, or you're going to take a certain number of shares per trade, things like that. But that is talking about auto trading, and guys, I just don't think it's the way to go. I mean, you get an AI alert. I mean, what's the problem? I mean, by just taking a look to see what's happening for a few seconds and saying, yeah, okay, I like it, I'll take it. Okay, so Honey Badger, you've got to either change who you are, okay? Change your nickname, okay? Yeah, but I'm talking in general now, Perfect Circle, not just to you. You know, when I get a question, I'm talking, you know, I'll answer your question, of course, but I'm also talking in general to the masses. Well, listen, I mean, if auto trading is something that I thought I could make piles of money, I'd do it. It's that simple. But I don't know anybody at Trade Ideas that auto trades either, in pure auto trade mode. I mean, there's an argument to be made that if you want to auto trade on the entry, but then manage the exits, fine. I mean, I still wouldn't do that, but fine. Well, there are all sorts of different alerts, Darren. So I have a question. When you say you get an alert, I mean, here are alerts in the AI, okay? And there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? But then these are alerts I'm getting from my scans, okay? Probably the main reason, Perfect, is because I like to pick my price range. I'm not a like I like to do the ones under 30. Yeah, just a personal preference. Skin, guys, skin is on the move here, and that's a red bar ignored right there. Skin on the move. That is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. And this is an earnings play, and it's got some room. Let's take a look left, 1656, and then the next high is 1884. This has got some room. But again, Perfect Circle, that's just me. I mean, you know, I just have a price range I feel comfortable trading. Boy, we've got a lot of reversals now. A lot of reversals. PANL. Big reversal here. Well, this KLTR is just kind of putting me to sleep here. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I should... Oh, Perfect Circle. I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know anybody who would actually... like Michael may, but only on his strategies. Okay? On the entries. I have no idea who does any auto trading at Trade Ideas. I really don't think many do. Well, I can tell you, nobody fully auto trades it. Now, I mentioned this one before, this BCS. I mean, it is starting to fade with the market. I just didn't think it'd be that dynamic. I may be wrong. You know, with that float, 4 billion in the float, I may be wrong. It may, you know, if it got down to this 1050 level, that wouldn't be bad, but so just to answer your question, Darren, also, you know, normally around 10, well, in fact, it's almost 10:20 now. If you want to watch the AI and make it really, really, really simple, just click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? The AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and this is what you'll see, okay? And just wait for the alerts to happen. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout, and then tomorrow when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a, you know, suggested entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you, but, you know, a great day so far. Not a great day yesterday. 2 fabulous days, Thursday and Friday. All right, it is now, it's close enough, 10:20. Well, welcome to the room, everybody. If you are brand new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And I'll start off with my home page. A lot of information is there. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now this promo code is not valid right now. Yeah, it has to be changed. So there will be another one very soon, maybe later on today. So I wouldn't take out a, you know, I would wait. It'll be 20%. This promo code is not valid anymore. Okay, but just want to give you an idea. How much trade ideas cost. So we've had a price reduction. So again, I'm very certain we're going to have another promo code maybe later on today that'll run to the end of the year, end of the month, and it'll be another 20%. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So I know you have to read the fine print. It's you know, up front, it's $19.99 for premium. It'll be less than 20%, which would work out to what this 167 refers to if you divided 12 into 19.99. Okay, just trying to give you an idea about, on a prorated basis, what it would be on a monthly plan. Okay, on a month-to-month basis, but you have to pay the 19.99 up front, just like here, 9.99 up front, which works out to $84 a month, 167. But again, there will be a 20% discount code. I just don't have it yet. Now, if you don't want to go annual at all, that's fine. You can go monthly, 118, 228. Again, when I get that 20% discount code, you can apply it to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'd pay going forward. Three free sections on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. Got a great user guide now. You click on that user guide, and there are sections in it. You can see here the sections, you know, alert windows, top list windows, single stock windows. You want to learn more about racing, the stock racing, you know, just click on this. This will give you all the details about what the racing is all about. You've got text, you've got a couple of videos, okay? If you want to know what racing is all about, just take a look at that. Also, we have a full table of contents that is searchable. So a lot of information there. But if you're just starting out, take the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all of the basic features really quickly covered, okay? What's a top list, build a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. You want to get into a little more detail, go to the user guide. Daily support session. So today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Steve. I'll confirm that. And before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. And also, should also point out, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is he takes over in YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. There are no webinars this week. They should start again next week. And if you're new to trading, back to basics. Okay, back to basics. What is a stock? If you're new to trading, you can't get more basic than that. So all free. Free, free, free. Now, obviously, you need you click on my scan section. These are the scans that I'm sharing. So obviously, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas. People ask, well, what do I do in the pre-market? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get prepared for the day. Gap up, gap down shared. Pre-market acts as up and down. But you can take a look at all these. And save my link. Lots of information in these 2 sections, okay? So if you save my link, you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So I just showed you on that, in my homepage, how I am sharing a lot of scans. All right, but you can, of course, if you want, you can create your own scans. So for instance, this is an example of a scan that I've got, basic new highs. If I right click on any alert window, and click on configure and then summary, it's going to tell me what this is looking for. Okay, so if a stock meets all these criteria, these are the filters. So stocks between $1 and $20, current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. You always start off with some filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then, in this scan, if a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these ones. This is just the reverse, new lows. So the nice thing, no programming language you have to learn, okay? If I right-click, again, on an alert window, and click on configure, and then click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, when I get to these icons, these are the filters. But don't worry, you don't have to learn them all. We have a lot because we don't have, no programming language to learn. So it's kind of a la carte. You kind of pick and choose the ones you want. If you want to create your own scans, to combine them to give them the type of a scan you're looking for, okay? If you want to create your own scans. But again, please, you don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters. Meanwhile, I'm hearing GMBL. Sounds like it is just getting turfed here. Yep, GMBL, all-time low. Now, we are sharing a lot of other scans. If you go to our toolbar and click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, all of these channels are theme-based channels, okay? They all have a theme. So for instance, if I click on our momentum channel, right here, momentum channel. This is a scan that we created called Momo. So if you like it, first of all, again, right-click, configure, summary. Okay, get used to that. Right-click, configure, summary. It's going to show you what it's looking for. Now, if you like this, you know what? I like exactly the way it is right now. And I'd love to see it, and I'd like to incorporate it in part of my layout. You can do so. But of course, like my scans, you can always make some changes. For instance, if you didn't like that price range, I could always change it if I wanted, between 10 and 100. You can always change things. I'll click on the summary, and you see how it is now changed. If I wanted a different volume, anything you can change. But if you liked it the way it was, then you right-click, and duplicate into free floating window. When I do that, it becomes a free floating window. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Why? So the exercise I'm trying to demonstrate here is you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you think you might like and maybe incorporate as part of your layout. Now, a word about this, I made a change here. If I go to another channel, say the Alpha Predator channel, which is looking for stocks that are, action is heating up, things like that. But if I go back to the Momentum channel, this change that I made has not been saved. Why? Reason being is that the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that's what everybody wants. So, because the channels are for everybody, all right? So all I'm really trying to demonstrate here, though, is you can go to the different channels, extract scans that you might like, and then save them to the cloud. And then you can bring them back one at a time. File, load from cloud. And I've done that before with Momo. It should be there. There it is, Momo. You highlight it, load it. Go to another one, highlight, load. Thereby creating your own scan or your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch if you don't want to. Okay? Now the AI. If you have our premium service or you're part of the test drive, and I mentioned this before, but this is what I would do. I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, that's all you need to do. You'll have a blank. Don't use the. You can use the channel, but the problem is that to me, this is all you really should be concentrating on. You want to see the alerts. You have a stop, and then how you trade them will be up to you. And I've already mentioned that the Riven has turned out to be a great trade. Even Kodiak, at 1051 has turned out to be a nice trade. There's the TXRH. I wonder if this is probably an earnings play. Yep, another earnings play. But the Riven has been awesome. 6% move on a $62 stock. But how you trade them will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, I get this alert for Riven. What do I do? Okay, you have to have some trading experience. So, but the AI will alert you to the possibilities, and how you trade them will be up to you. Nothing for you to do. Tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank. The earliest alert will be at 9:35. You see, this one came in at 9:36. Okay, that's the earliest alert, though, 9:35. And use it like a watch list. Sometimes you get a stock gets stopped out, and maybe it comes back later on. Maybe the alert was just a little bit early. Hey, KLTR starting to inch its way down now. One moment, please. Meanwhile, Macy's is getting crushed still. Had that little pull up, but it is getting crushed still. So let's talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this big blue window. We call it Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a link in. All right, so the Brokerage Plus link has two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? The only two brokerage platforms that work. Don't ask me about any other one. I have no idea when or if, okay? I'm just gonna cut it off right there. Now, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that you won't have access to this feature, this option. And this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Okay? The second longer video goes into more detail about how you can use this, and also, and how I like to emphasize this, how I use it in demonstration mode, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, you notice it says Brokerage Plus, two options underneath. One says live, one says sim for simulation paper trading. Practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market, okay? The reality is that if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money trading like real money, okay? Just forget about it. You cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you know, attached to a real account. Unfortunately, though, if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee, you know, once you start trading, because all of a sudden emotions come in. You know, emotions become disciplined. Emotions, huge part of trading. Huge part of trading. And the simulator, very simple to use. I'm going to disconnect. Okay, so when you start out and you see this Brokerage Plus window, it'll say not connected. You just click on sim, and this will say account or something eventually. Okay, select account. You just click on that and then simulated trading default. Now you're ready to go. Now you can practice trading. Simple. You know, just click on an alert. See how the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and click that buy button, and you're way to go. Let's take a look at something, maybe to try one here just to show you how it works. All right, let's say I wanted to take space right here, okay? I want to take space right here. All right, well, nothing fantastic yet, but let's see. Maybe this KLTR can really start to drop now. Well, 10 is a buyout. Somebody asked, what do I think about shorting 10? 10's a buyout, so I wouldn't think much about it. Okay, so if you didn't know, it's being acquired. They're going private, being acquired by Apollo Funds. So where was I? Space. All right. I want to demonstrate some money management techniques here, okay? So I'm going to take 500 shares. Well, in essence, the price has been built in, Michael, in theory, in the buyout price. In theory. It doesn't mean it won't deviate, you know, a little bit, but in theory, the price has already been built in the buyout. Hey, listen, you want to go ahead and try, go ahead. But, you know, I mean, in essence, all right, keep going now. Let's go. Just give me a moment here. Keep moving this down. Okay, so it took the trade right here, okay? The entry was 9.11. I'm going to put a stop. At 8.91. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. You'll see a red line on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, minus 97.50. Okay. So, when you get into trading, you should, in my opinion anyway, the way I trade is I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Okay, unless I can, so I have a sort of a checklist, and not sort of, I have a checklist, unless I, excuse me, unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Now, most of the boxes are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see anything outside of the price range I want. It's always going to have at least the minimum volume I'm looking for, a minimum relative volume, things like that. Okay, so a lot of my boxes are already checked. So I mean, the way I trade then, I'm going to click on the alert. I'm going to check it out, see if I like the pattern, what's the market doing, certain things. And then if I can say to myself, yep, I like it, then I take the trade. Okay. But even though, all my boxes could be checked, doesn't necessarily mean the trade's going to work. So I'm always have a price where I'm getting out of the trade. Always, always, always. And that is the, what we call the stop. Now, how I usually do it is sizing up on a chart where I think there's some resistance or some support. And if it breaks down through that support level, then I want to be out of the trade. Now, if you're starting out, to make it really easy, in order to practice and all, what I would do is probably take, get into the trade, assuming, all the boxes have been checked. Maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, because that's a defined number. Sizing up support on a chart is, a little bit of science, a little bit of art, but obviously the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined price. Okay, so if you do that, now that is going to share size you, because the next step is, okay, get into a trade. How much, if the trade doesn't work, how much are you willing to risk on the trade? In other words, it doesn't work, what's the worst you want to do on it in terms of losing money? So what I've done, what I always demonstrate in the simulator, you notice it says it's almost minus $100, okay? I'm risking $100 on the trade in the simulator. And how, if you have a $5,000 account, it should be obvious, but you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You may not last long. So, and the other thing is I don't vary how much I risk by much trade to trade. So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 200 the next trade, 50 the next, 2,000 the next. I try to keep it relatively the same within reason. So if you grasp that concept, okay, then that is going to share size you. How? Why I put the stop at 891 and the entry was at 911, I wanted to make the math simple. That's a 20-cent difference. So basically, when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is. You take the difference, in this case it's 20 cents, you divide that into how much you're willing to risk. In this case, $100. That's why I took 500 shares. So I probably wouldn't risk more than about $50 a trade. Probably. The other thing, if you're starting out, I wouldn't take more than one trade at a time. Listen, I rarely take more than two myself. But if you're starting out, I would not take more than one trade at a time. You've got to practice, you've really got to practice. Well, my minimum is 1 to 2 risk reward. My minimum. Some will go 1 to 3. Say that's their minimum. That's why you got to practice though. So what we're talking about is, if I get into, and that's one of the things on the checklist. If I got into a trade at $10 and I thought there was good support at $9.90, which is 10 cents away, okay? But if I looked above on that at $10 and I saw, to me, there looked like a lot of resistance at 10.10, only 10 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. The minimum for me is, in that specific case, would be 20 cents. So I would risk 10 cents to make 20 cents. I'm just using some simple math. Okay? Now, does it always work? Of course not. So sometimes, I'll get into a trade And I look at the chart and think, yeah, okay, this has a reasonable expectation of at least a 1 for 2. No, I'd like more, but sometimes it could stall, and I'll get out of the trade before and maybe only make a 1-to-1, or maybe break even. That's up to me. But when I get into the trade, I have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2. That's why there's a lot involved in trading. So that's why you got to practice, practice, practice. And then the next step is, of course, obeying your stop. You can do all this, okay? This is why I'm saying you can make money in the simulator. You can obey your stop. You can get stopped out. Who cares? It's just play money. But all of a sudden, when you attach to your real account, your live account, sometimes emotion and discipline takes over. You don't obey your stop, number one. You get into that trade, everything looked fantastic. You checked every single box, and it's coming down into your stop. So you start second guessing where you put your stop, because you just can't believe this trade isn't going to work. So instead of that $100 loss, manageable, it turns into 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally exit the trade. And you kick yourself, why didn't I obey my stop? Almost as worse is that you're down $200, $300, $400 for not obeying your stop, and then it bounces back, and then you're up $200, $300, $400. And you pat yourself on the back saying, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Will that happen? Of course it'll happen. Okay? Of course things can, turn around. All I'm saying is that over the few years that I've been trading, obeying my stop has kept me alive way more than disobeying my stop. I don't disobey my stop anymore. Never, never, never. I do not use a trailing stop, no. The reason being is that I'm usually in no more, as I said before, more than 2 trades at a time. So I can manage my trades. If I were, first of all, I'd never do this, but okay, if I were a guy who was in 10 trades at a time, I'd have to manage it more in an auto mode, okay? With trailing stops and this and that. But trailing stops to me, there's nothing scientific about it. Putting a 10 cent or 20 cent or 0.5%. It's protection, yes, but I'm in so few trades at the same time, it's easy enough for me to manage my trades. So I don't use trailing stops, no. Todd, okay, if you left click on the chart, just to tell Trade Ideas what chart you're in, left click on the chart. If you start typing, most of the time the change symbol box will pop up. Okay? You see how it popped up? Then you click on change or hit enter on your keyboard, and that'll change it. So again, left click on the chart and then just start typing, and that box should pop up. If it doesn't, for some reason, left click on the chart, then hit the space bar, and then that box should pop up, and then you'll have to type it in. Okay, so again, left click the chart, and then usually, I'd say that 99.9% of the time, just by typing, the change symbol box will pop up. Space bar is working? Okay. Well, the unfortunate thing that happened to me when I was a new trader is that my first trade worked incredibly well. And I thought trading was easy after that. My first trade worked incredibly well. I can't even remember what it was. It doesn't really matter what it was. And I got pretty cocky about trading. I figured, this is easy. And I really didn't know, I had no money management skills whatsoever. I knew nothing. And so soon afterwards, though, the harsh reality set in. I kept losing and losing. I didn't blow up my account so much because I just stopped and figured, man, I can't keep doing this. So the only way you can do that, Faisal, is by, you can use our position in days range, okay? I right click on an alert window and configure, and then search. We have a lot of great position in range filters. I'm going to start typing in position. Okay, so one of them is called position in range. I wish this should be called days range, but anyway, position in range. So if I click on that and now I add the filter. So if you put a minimum of say 95 and a max of 97 or 98, this will show you stocks between 2 to 5% of the high of the day as an example, okay? You'll have to experiment. Okay, so that'll show you stocks that are not quite at the high of the day. It's turning into a nice little trade, guys. Okay, and then as an alert, I don't know, maybe try a new 5-minute high or something like that to see if that triggers. Or if you just wanted to create a top list to show you stocks, you know, just show you stocks that were near the high of the day but not that hadn't broken, you could just create a top list and it'll show you stocks that are, you know, near the high. You won't have a trigger, but it'll show you stocks that are near the high of the day. Does that make sense? But the position in range filter is powerful like that, showing you stocks that are not quite at the high, but near, using the min and the max. One trade at a time, Ashok. Yeah, no, not one trade a day. Then you just have to experiment, okay? I can't tell you, you know, if you're using an alert window, you might want to try the running up now alert. You might want to try a new 5-minute high alert. You know, things like that, just to see. Or create a top list, and then you can rank. Then you can see the stocks that are, you know, in the top list, the ones that are you know, almost ready to do it. Then what you could do is use our price alerts, you know, and put an alert, a price alert, just underneath the high of the day, as an example. So you get the alert, and then it is taking out the high of the day at the time. Heartbeat is, now I wouldn't use the heartbeat. The heartbeat is so antiquated. I don't even know why we still have it. The heartbeat is something that was been around probably from the beginning of the program when they developed it in 2003. But you know, it gets updated every 5 minutes. So I've never used it. I mean, the top list gets updated every 30 seconds. So. It is disabled for the test drive. Yeah, it's the only thing in the test drive that we are not allowing is auto trading. Either, yeah, like auto trading your live account. You can practice in the simulator. I would never, ever do it without practicing in the simulator first, though, Rocky. Okay. So I mean, you can practice auto trading using the simulator. You've got to see how it works. Okay. I mean, you know, there are people, you can create your own strategies and back test them and think, wow, okay, this looks like a pretty decent strategy. Test it. Use the simulator. I mean, if you're bound and determined that you wanted to auto trade, practice, like test it in the simulator before you commit money to the market. No, use simulation. Use our simulator. Okay, Rocky? Use our simulator. It's the simplest way to try it, okay? It uses I should have mentioned this. Our simulator uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. You know, if you're still new and wondering, I'm not sure what broker I want, yeah, you know, you can still practice trading using our simulator. It's our real-time data, so it's, you know, it's virtually the same. Well, that's why we didn't allow it. You know, we don't allow auto trading for anybody on the test drive. Auto trading like real money. Again, guys, if I thought auto trading was the be all and the end all, I'd do it. You know, some days auto trading the AI would work. Probably today wouldn't be a bad day. Yesterday it would have been horrible. On Thursday and Friday would have been, pretty good. But even then, auto trading, I noticed a couple of trades on Friday or Thursday that the AI got out a couple of trades with hardly any gain whatsoever. Okay, and yet afterwards the stock really, really moved to huge percentage gains. So if you had an auto trading purely using all the AI statistics, you would not have maximized your gains at all. Yeah, skin is actually definitely been a little bit choppy, but on the 10-day daily breakout, 1656, on the long side, it doesn't care what the market's doing. This is a classic alpha stock. This is what we call an alpha stock. And I mentioned this earlier on a red bar ignored. Okay. Now, that had that bottoming tail. That may have, got people out of that trade, but this is an alpha stock. And what I mean by that is look what the market's doing and look what it is doing. It doesn't care. It's an earnings play. It is really trading on its own. And that's what I like. I mean, we're always, to me anyway, striving to find those stocks that are not so beholden to what the market is doing. Because the minute if you're in a short or a long play and all of a sudden the market starts to move down and it's taking your trade with you, you really have to be concentrating on what the market's doing, which I do all the time anyway, but I'd rather be in a trade that doesn't really care what the market's doing. It's going to more or less within reason trade on its own. So for instance, this KLTR short that I'm in, I don't think if the market all of a sudden stopped moving down and started moving up, it's possible to have a blip up, but it's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. It's probably trading on its own. Question is how to zoom in and out of a chart. So left click on the chart. Again, I always say left click on the chart so that Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in. And then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then scroll wheel on your mouse. Just scroll in and out. Okay, so left click on the chart just so Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then the scroll wheel on your mouse and scroll in and out. Okay? Yeah, BTU kept going. This was an earnings play. No, I'm sorry. This is not an earnings play. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Not an earnings play. So at this point in the KLTR trade, all right, I had about a 5-cent stop on this. Okay, I'm in at 198. I did not want to let it get above 203, so a 5-cent stop. So 198. If I covered right now at 181, that's 17 cents, right? With a 5-cent stop to make 17 cents, that's a little over 1 to 3, as an example. 1 to 3 risk reward. And I don't know where it's going because there's no support. There's no chart support. I don't know where it's going to stall finally, but there's no chart support, which is, why I love these all-time lows. Other reasons why eventually, things will bounce, but, starting to base here, this gives me a little bit of, not concern, but I'm looking at this basing right here. So, at this point I might say to myself, maybe I should cover some. It's still hanging tough around 2, but wow, 200. Wow, though. I mean, yeah, Facebook has really not recovered, has it? So, for instance, if you're in this Riven trade, from the AI, and I'm watching this, yeah, there's a target down here, 5613. And the strategy that this came from was optimized for this sort of a target. Doesn't mean you have to follow it, because if I look here and I see it's got down to what, $58, and now it's starting to do this, I'd be taking some off. Maybe you don't take everything off, but there's no way you want to let this come all the way back or even halfway back, in my opinion. Okay, but look at the AI. The AI has not taken anything out yet. There's no exit whatsoever. And the way I would trade, if I were in that one, I'd be putting in some, I'd want to take some out right around here. Now I may stall and keep moving down, which is fine. That's why you don't necessarily have to take out your entire position. But, you get a big topping tail like that, I mean, that has to you have to say to yourself, man, I got to take some profit maybe. I got to protect myself. I don't want this thing to come all the way back up to where I shorted it. All right. Well, Pancho, the only thing if we look at it, okay, what did it not take that you thought it should have taken? I mean, I know there were 3 early trades that, and then when you said you put it to -$1, right? -$1. So what did it not take? Just give me an idea. What did it not take? Which stock? Because the limit offset, again, so you said you put it to $1. So that should say -$1 in that limit offset. Like not plus $1. It should be -$1. Because to me, if you put -$1 in that limit offset, it should have taken the trade in almost like virtually immediately. And if it didn't, I'm going to have to say what'll happen is you can send your files to support and they can check to see why. Because I wouldn't know how to help you. If you put a -$1 in the limit offset and you turned all the strategies on, you should be getting some fills. You guys were talking about, look at this one. Look at this super, wow. What's happening here with this one? So they announced this on the 18th with this Rigetti, and market, whatever, doesn't like it. And you're not, by the way, Pancho, you're not hijacking the chat at all. I mean, look at this KOD. I'm not in it anymore, but I mean, you know, I mean, it's from the AI also at 1051. It's from right here at 1052. And you may have thought, well, how can I possibly short this one at this price when it's already down, like, 80%, 70%, whenever it was at 1050. Well, look. That's what I'm saying, guys. Somebody asked me yesterday, how can I short things that are at an all-time low? Because it works a lot? I don't know. MITO? Let's take a look at MITO. Oh yeah, okay. So it's not showing up on any of mine because I don't, my minimum is $1, but hey, obviously, yeah. Not a lot of volume though. I mean, for it, yes, 8.5 times normal, but that's not a lot of volume. Well, here's another one just getting thumped here. VIPS. So Pancho, did you hear me or just waiting to a response from you? So again, guys, look at all the winners from the AI are all on the short side. Again, if you won't short, then you're missing half the market, more than half the market. How do you set a triggered buy or sell price? In other words, how do you set a price alert? Is that what you mean, Todd? No. Okay. What do you mean by that then? Yeah, it sounds like you're really trying to scalp. Well, I mean, you can set a target. In other words, let's just do this, okay? I'll go on the long side, but it's the same. So let's just say I wanted to take this STRN, okay? I'm just going to buy 400 shares, going to buy right at the market, okay? So now I can put a target if I want, okay? Add a target order, and if I wanted to get out for 10 cents, I can add it, okay? Okay, and you see what it says. There's a line that will appear on the chart. So if STRN went up to $1.83, it'll take me out for that profit. So you can add a target order. Yeah, just right click, and you can add a stop, of course, and you can, of course, modify your orders. But initially, you just have to say, okay, take me out with a 10-cent profit. Wow, this ASAN is just getting thumped here. But he's in the simulator. He's in the simulator, so unless you're right, let me see. It's so long since I. No, okay, maybe that's it. You're right. I never thought of that. Okay, Pancho. One other thing you have to do is even in the simulator. For some reason I thought it was only in live trading, but so if you right click on the strategy, okay, edit long trading instructions, you will see where it says account. I don't know if he's, and then click on edit, and then you have to go to account. I thought this was in the video though, but I guess it's not. And then you have to click simulated trading default. Okay. So I don't know if you can hear me, Pancho. I thought it was in the video. It said you watched the video, so I never thought of it. Thank you, guys, Pepe and Vicky. Boy, this DKNG is just hasn't really stopped. What's the market? Wow, look at the market. My goodness. Woof. Market looked pretty good pre-market, but now look. So PJ, you were just a little bit off, but yeah, this market does not want to hold its gains at all. The odd stock like DKNG and I guess the BTU. Let's take a look at the sectors. Remember how all the sectors were very positive, 10 minutes before the market opened. Let's take a look at the sectors now. Oops, wrong one. So energy is still, strong. 86% are up. But look at the rest of them. Remember financial. Financial was up about 80%. Tech was about 80 or 90%. So this is what's happened. The only thing that is maintained was energy, the energy stocks. Everything else has just gotten clobbered. Oh, absolutely. Brokerage Plus, absolutely. You don't need a premium account. The only reason you need using Brokerage Plus with a premium account is if you want to auto trade anything. If you don't want to, if you know, and you've I'm not going to beat it to death, but if you don't want to auto trade, standard is fine using with Brokerage Plus. Both if you connect to your IB or E-Trade account, or using the simulator. The only time you need our premium service is, well, a couple of reasons. Of course, if you want to have access to the AI, you need our premium service. But if you just want to practice your own trades, yeah, well, if you just want to practice your own trades, absolutely. You just need our standard service. And that's why, my recommendation is to have today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price as three columns to really judge, how good are you managing your exits. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room was clarifying the AI. If you want to have access to these alerts, you have to have our premium service. Nothing to do with auto trading, okay? But the AI is part of our premium service. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, the other question was, do you have access to Brokerage Plus without a premium service? Yes. Brokerage Plus can be used with our standard service. You want to practice trading or sorry, you want to practice trading, or if you want to attach it to, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, as long as you're not trying to auto trade, then you can use our standard service. So hopefully that clears it up. You need our premium service if you A, want to have access to the AI, these alerts here, and or B, if you want to auto trade, you need our premium service. If you don't want to have access to the AI, and if you don't want to auto trade, our standard service is fine. You can use Brokerage Plus. Now I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay? Have shadow? Boy, look at this market. Holy smokes. Let's take a look at the SPY, guys, on a weekly and a monthly, just to check what's happening here. So we're getting at another critical level here on the monthly. Right around this 423. There's sort of support right around here. Another one, guys. Another gap up and reverse. So again, guys, this scanner here, my gap continuation or reverse scan, really paying attention to it, more than probably any other scan right now. And this is a multi-strategy window. And again, I'm sharing this. And what it's doing in a multi-strategy window, I'll just go over multi-strategy windows. So typically the reason for a multi-strategy window, if you have a screen space issue, in other words, maybe you've only got one monitor, you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them into one screen that we call one scan called a multi-strategy window, okay? So instead of having all sorts of alert windows dotted around, you can have one window with all your alert windows in there. That's number one. What I do, screen space is not an issue for me, but sometimes what I like to do is take alert windows which are very similar and put them into a multi-strategy window. So what do I mean by that? These are all gap scanners. So if I right click in the multi-strategy window and I hover over strategies, you can see these are just alert windows, okay, alert scans. So gap up and go. So I could break it out. I could, see how I'm hovering over it in another box. So I could open the alert window, and here it is. Oh, sugar, I went too fast. Where's it going to go? Oh, good. Okay. Just a minute. There we go. Okay. So this is I just broke it out, all right? And this is the gap up and go. But let me just go back to this and you'll see I've got these strategies, gap up and go. So what does that mean? Gap up and go meant a stock gapped up, and when we get the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to continue all day, all right? But when we got the alert, it was a gap up and it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse, probably not too many of these today with the market's doing. That meant the stop gap down and then it's starting to reverse. We're seeing a lot of gap up and reverses though. Admit the stock gapped up and now it's starting to come back down. Look at the market. And then the other one, the gap down and go, means the stock gap down, and at the time of the alert, it kept going down. So these are, four similar in terms that they're gap strategies or gap alert windows. And again, I am sharing it. Just go to my home page. Just go to my home page and go to the scan section. Okay, just go to my home page, go to the scan section. And here it is. Gap continuation or reverse, okay? So in a market like this, I mean, you can see how a gap up and reverse, numerous opportunities when the market does this. Because the market gapped up in the pre-market, was a little bit of a gap up, and look at the reversal. So you're going to see a lot of stocks looking like this. So how to identify them? Well, use the gap continuation or reverse scan and just concentrate. Well, and I've got them color coded, so anything for me, I can tell right there. Here's the strategy name, so I know this is a gap up and reverse. I know this is a gap down and go. So the question is, how do you create a multi-strategy window from scratch? All right, let's take a couple of, I've got an alert window. Okay, I'll just load. Okay, no problem, Iris. I'm just going to click on Momo. I'm just trying to load an alert window. Here we go, load it. All right, I've got a Momo, I have an alert window. Two of them here. Here's my halts resumed, and here's another one called Momo, okay? So those are two alert windows. So what you do is this. So if I wanted to put these two alert windows into a multi-strategy window, I just click on New from the toolbar. Click on multi-strategy window, and here it is, okay? So nothing's in it, obviously. So now, these are the steps, and you just repeat them for as many alert windows as you want. So I right-click, collaborate, copy. Okay, so now I've copied this. I right-click in the multi-strategy window. I hover over strategies, and then this little box pops up. New strategy, this box pops up. Collaborate, paste. Done. Okay? Do the same with this one. Right click. Sorry, just give me a moment here. Okay, just had to rearrange something. So just do the same thing, right click, collaborate, copy. Okay, so now this is copied. Right click, hover over strategies, hover over new strategy, collaborate, paste. Okay, so now I've got these two strategies in here. And you just keep going. I mean, as many alert windows as you want. You just keep repeating the right click, collaborate, copy, right click, and then, I wanted another one, new strategy, collaborate, paste. Okay? I'm talking about, Roy, I'm talking about gap continuation or reverse. That's on my homepage. Oh, I don't label things, Santa, if it's a bear market or I don't know what. I mean, I know we've had a correction of over 10% since the high in January, and I don't know if that constitutes being in a bear market. I mean, I do know this. Tough to go long. Too many things right now. And again, when you say horrible, I mean, again, that means you just won't short. I mean, it's been, I mean, listen, I get it. People with their, in the States, what do you call them? The IRAs or, I get it. If you've got mutual funds and all that, you don't want to look at your account. But, for somebody like me, I don't care really the direction. As long as there's some movement. If it's down, fine. If it's up, fine. So I don't look at the market as being horrible. All right, guys, 11:29. So I just want to confirm that it will be Steve in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Just want to message Steve, make sure he's going to be there at noon. TJX, well, TJX is an earnings play, so I don't know if it's just sort of bottom fishing. You're right, that's a pretty good pop, 60 to 62 in the face of this market, but maybe it's just sort of bottom fishing. I don't see any specific news. It's an earnings play, of course, today, and it's been hammered like a lot of the retailers. Another good one from the 10-day daily breakdown, the CWH. Okay, so Sam, we don't talk like that in the room, okay? Buy something. So I'm just going to remove that post. This is in the YouTube room, okay? We don't come in and say buy something or sell something, okay? Somebody said buy WMC, so yeah, why would anybody do that? So that is a troll. So one more and you're gone. How's that? Like, why would anybody buy this? Well, let's take a look at JWN. Okay, I'll look at another retailer. They did have a pop. Modest. How about Macy's? Doesn't look like it, so I don't know if it's a retail TJX. Maybe just, again, bottom. But you're right. I mean, this is a big move. This almost looks like it go positive. Yeah, I don't see any news right now. How about your little service, William? your little service that. So that is it. You have question marks. So that is it. They're upping their guidance. Okay, after releasing early, and it's a bit strange. I don't want to call it manipulative, but I mean, it's a little bit strange to do that. Why didn't they up their guidance here? At what point would I buy KOD? I mean, it looks like it's trying to find. Well, it obviously found a little base at 10. I may, if I had been watching, I may have been watching this 10 level, but you'd have to have a lot of volume come in. It depends how much you're looking to make on it, but I mean, it's just a devastating news for the company. I mean, go from 50. So this is just a little bit of bottom fishing happening, but it's not because anything has changed, of course. But I guess if I've been really watching and holding 10 and a little bit of move over 10, maybe a 10-10, put a 10-cent stop and see if it bounces, I guess. But right now, I just can't. It just doesn't. I mean, look, it could move. Of course, it could move some, but I wouldn't be buying it now. But don't listen to me because this thing could, hit $11. It's just that for me, I'm too late. It's a pretty simple scan. Well, anything can bounce, right? Anything can bounce. I mean, at some point, yeah. I mean, it is bounced. Yes, I mean it's bounced. I can't say it's the market. I mean, yeah, the market put it in a green bar, but eventually you'll get people that'll say, you know what, I'm just gonna see if I can, find a bottom here, which could have been 11. That whole number, and it's bounced off it for a while anyway. They're hard though. It's hard to. Roy, can you hear me? It's called gap continuation or reverse. Maybe you didn't hear me. I answered. Well, you must. Yeah, you had to have heard me because you heard me talking about it. But can you hear me, Roy? It's called gap continuation or reverse. Now, how's that DNA doing? Yeah, so I had a question about my watch list, and so the watch list is made up of stocks that I have had either in the watch list from yesterday. Some will continue. I do some scanning. So last night, let's pretend it's after hours. So what happens today is after hours, I do some scanning, and I can check out the stocks that have moved today. Maybe they have some room to move tomorrow. So if that's the case, then they can be put into my watch list. Okay, as stocks that we can watch tomorrow. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to keep running. All right, but most of them have some room. So that's how a stock makes it into my watch list. Okay, and then that's what it is. It's a watch list. It's not, well, you get the alert, you just take the trade. I mean, some You know, I think DraftKings 2008, you know, not bad. I mean, it's at 2052 now. The repeating version, so these two are non-repeating. So what that means is that's the first time the alert happened for DraftKings at 2008. If DraftKings makes another new high, I will see it in the repeating list. I just won't see the stock over and over again like here. I know maybe it's a little confusing, but notice here, every time Skin made a new high, I see it. New high, new high, new high, new high, new high. And that's fine. You know, if you want to have your alert window that constantly reminds you that it's making a new high and seeing it like this, that's fine. There's another way to do it, though, is I will see a stock when it makes a new high. I just won't see it in a list over and over again. So if DraftKings, for instance, DKNG, if it hit 2078 later on, because that would be a new high, I would see it in this list right at the top. I just don't see the symbol over and over and over again. I just see it one time at the top when it makes a new high. It's just another way, and I'm obviously, guys, I'm out of the, so the market is KLTR, out of the KLTR. Earlier I was talking about getting out around that 182 mark, and now I'm out. It's at a bit of a big pop now. Actually, it's kind of following the market. I'm a little surprised. So it's just another way of organizing, you know, your alerts. I mean, this is the typical way. Every time a stock makes a new high, you see it over and over and over and over again. Okay, that is kind of the default. But there's a way of organizing this. So yeah, I'll see Skin every time it makes a new high, but I don't want to see it taking up, you know, a list, you know, over and over again. I just want to see it. Okay, if it makes a new high, tell me the price and tell me the time. And that's why you've really got to pay attention. So that KLTR, where I was saying right around here, that 180, I was like, you know, looking like it's struggling to get through that 180. So I basically got out the rest just a little under break even. 198 was my short. Even RXT is having so we're getting a bit of a bounce in this market. RXT is even having a little bit of a bounce here. This is another earnings play. So bounce plays right now may start to work. Okay, yeah, I just confirmed it is Steve in our YouTube room. I can share my layout. I can share what you see on the screen, and in addition, you'll see the AI. Okay, this is for the test drive. Okay, so make sure before I'm going to share my link, the layout link. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, make sure you do that before you load my link. It is a doc version, but you know, just to be an absolute safe side, save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout. So actually, let me do it in 2 steps. Okay, so there's the link underneath. So if you want my layout that looks like this, with the addition, it'll show you the AI. Just what I did, I shrunk the B plus, and I tucked the AI underneath it. So now, guys, these ones that gapped up and reversed, they could be having a bounce now. Based on what the market is trying to do, maybe. All right, this is classic. You want to know why? Look at KOD. Look at KOD. There was the entry to short it at 1051. The AI's algorithms that, it didn't get stopped out, no target was hit, nothing, didn't take any profit whatsoever. Okay? Now the AI is actually in a losing position, okay, with this KOD. In a million years, you should never let that happen. Because remember, KOD, the alert was at 1051, and this stock got down to 983, a tremendous percentage move from 1051. The AI has not taken any profit out. Why in the world would you do that? You see what I'm saying? How you can use the AI as a watch list and make sure that, if you got into a trade, manage the exits on your own. Now it is coming back down again, but you should never let that happen. It actually got right back up and you would have been in a losing position. Why? From 1051 down to 980 something is a great percentage move. The minute it started getting back to 10, I would have been taking profit. To me, that's a great example of why it's really a man and machine. Machine can give you the ideas, but you should be managing the exits. That's why it's difficult. People say, well, what is the success rate of the AI? Well, how would you measure the success of KOD, especially if it pops even more? And AI got out for a loss. How would you possibly measure that when at one point you had about a 6 or 7% gain? We'll tell that to Dan, Vicky. We have a halt. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Where's my halt scanner? Or maybe. Oops, just give me a moment. Oh, wow. Look at KLTR. Actually got halted on the way up, and then it resumed, and now it's starting to come back down. That's why you really got to pay attention. I mean, this move is I have to admit, it surprised me. That's why you can never take anything for granted. I'm actually going to be a little fascinated to see where the AI gets out of KOD. All right, so this one has not bounced at all. This EH is not bouncing with the market, so this is weak, a weak stock. EH, China kind of airline sector in China. How is Jets doing? Not good. Wow. And this is pretty weak also. I mean, it's a gap up and reverse for GRFS. February 28th during market hours. Okay, so this is not an earnings play yet. Okay, stretch time. Just give me a moment here. All right. I know some of you are trying to play that Indo trying to come off that 7. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not saying anything that interesting. All right, guys, I'm not seeing, I haven't had a new alert for a while. Okay, so I was talking before about these columns here, the today's profit, max P&L, and distance from the exit price, okay? So now I left this in purpose on purpose, okay? I was just showing how you can take a trade and how you put a stop in, okay, on the space, got stopped out, okay, at 891. That's so the manageable loss. 20-cent stop, $100 loss, okay? That's manageable. Look what's happening since then, okay? It's now, well, this is, of course, this is going to change all the time, but is now 14 cents below where I got stopped out, which is what you want to see, okay? In other words, it's telling me, okay, you got stopped out, you took your manageable loss, and now it's underneath. What you'd love to see is a big negative number, which is going to say to yourself, okay, I'm really glad I obeyed my stop. Now, this is also telling me that at one point, when I got in at 911, it did not even get to 912. Okay? That was the absolute high when I got in, because otherwise the max P&L would be telling me some positive number. The same thing with this one. Would I short it or got long at 173? Never got above 173, as an example. Again, this is all in the simulator. But this gives you a good idea about how good are your exits. So for instance, if you saw a max P&L of say $500 and now you're down $4, obviously you didn't manage your exit very well, Or you get out of a trade and you see the distance from the exit price and it's some huge number like $2 or $3 above. Again, this gives you a bit of a guidance on how good are your exits. You can never expect to get out right at the absolute top. But, Denver was saying earlier, my exit seemed to be his exit seems to be terrible. Well, it's a good gauge. How good are they? Meanwhile, Peabody, yeah, BTU is still, we had a pullback, a little bit of a pullback on the 2-minute. It probably looks a little more, well, actually a pretty big one. You guys have been talking about skin. Yeah, skin is really interesting here. Nice base here, and if it bases even a little bit more and then pops on volume, this could keep going. The next high looking left is 1884. That's over $1 away from the next high looking left. So this is actually, this has not followed the market at all. All right, the STRN starting to... Now, I haven't really talked about the races at all. I've been concentrating on other things. But again, you want to learn more about races, go to the user guide, go to the section on races. 2 videos, a lot of detailed explanation about what the races are all about, how you can create your own. How I, if I can concentrate on this a little bit more, is how I'd be using them, because I'm mainly a momentum trader. So I'm only, my alerts are only going to show me stocks are making new highs or new lows for the day. So I'll miss a move like this. Okay, let's say this continued. I will miss a move that is pulled back and then starting to go, but I will catch it in because when I click on the one that's winning, I click on it and I say, oh, it's making this move here. I would never see this, just based on my alerts, because again, for me to see this again, it would have to take out 192. Now, I'm not a big pullback player. Somebody asked me yesterday, well, why not? I sort of have a style of trading that I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. Doesn't mean playing pullbacks is wrong. It's not. I mean, it's just that it's never really suited me. But this at least shows me, especially if this had come out of some consolidation. For me, if this were coming out of a little bit of consolidation and then popping on volume, and I was seeing it winning a race, that would get me interested. As an example, how you use the races will be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. All right, guys, CFVI, which really did not track DWAC yesterday that much at all, is putting in a lot of volume coming in. CFVI, a lot of volume coming in. Yeah, a lot of volume coming into CFVI, out of nowhere. But I do see DWAC moving a bit, but not like the other, not like the CFVI. Oh, it's already noon, man. Thanks, Steve. Okay, I'll stop streaming. Have a good hour.
All right. All right, good. I can hear me. You can hear me. I can see me, which means you can see me. How's everybody doing? Happy Wednesday. Middle of the day, middle of the week. It's time for myself. My name's Steve Gomez. I'm actually user number 03 of Trade Ideas. Dan Merkin and his co-founder reached out and asked me to be one of the first, or the first beta tester of Trade Ideas. So I might not be the most knowledgeable when it comes to auto trading and custom formulas and crazy things like that, but I've been using this program longer than anybody else around here, that's for sure. User number 3. Can't beat that. That's my claim to fame. Volume is low. You talking about my volume? Let me see here. Nope, sounds like my volume's good on my end. Unless you're talking about the volume of CFVI, which I've been in for a while. I've also been in, I heard Barry call it DWAC. I call it DWAC, D to the whack. Just mirroring a couple positions I have on another account over here in the simulator. But yeah, interesting day. I put a tweet out a little while ago that said the dip buyers have been broken. They're dejected. They no longer have the faith and the confidence to come in and buy the dips that this market likes to give. As a matter of fact, this market loves, just as it did today, it loves to gap the price open, try and sucker in some people to think, oh my God, I missed the dip, only to sell into their hands. And that's the kind of market that we have not seen in a very long while. Instead of buying the dips, the real tailwind is to sell the rips. So markets are either buy the dip or sell the rip or play the chop. And we are in a sell the rip type of market now. Hello, Iris, Bill. Yeah, let's take a look at the AI. See, it's doing okay today. Really nice short on that one. Hopefully, if people were auto trading it, TXRH was a borrowable a symbol at IB or E-Trade. But yeah, that was a good one. Let's see. First and foremost, what's the AI trying to tell us here today, guys? What's the AI trying to tell us here? You know, strategies that are working are on the short side. Longs aren't really working so well. So there seems to be, not huge, but there seems to be a hint of a bias, a directional bias, I call it, to the downside today. The shorts are performing better than the longs. As far as market action goes, let's just take a look here. Again, selling the rips. I was even looking at this earlier. It looks like a weird little ghoul right there. Those two little attempts to break out were immediately rejected, and I don't know what I'm doing. The 50-day moving average is not even close to being in sight. We have broken and given way the 200-day moving average. We've got the 20 crossing, the 10 crossing. It's just, this is technically very ugly. This is nothing like the markets that we had back here, guys, where every dip was bought with confidence. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, you know, for you new traders out there, or actually not so much new traders, for you traders who have been doing this for a couple years now, we have now entered one of the most difficult challenges that any trader will ever face. And that is recognizing that what once worked no longer works. Okay, buying the dip no longer works. And the sooner you can recognize a change in the wind as a trader and adapt to it, the better chance you have of surviving this game. I've seen many times where bull markets, I saw it in the 90s. I've seen it again, you know, in the last year or two with the COVID, and probably one in between, where people come to the game and they're conditioned to just stand there, to use a tennis analogy, and just stand in the back line, baseline, and just hit forehands all day long. Forehand, forehand. Run over to the left, make sure you can get your forehand racket on that ball, but that doesn't really make a good rounded tennis player. Just like a trader who only knows how to buy the dips and doesn't have a lot of experience in hitting a backhand, which would be, in our example, going short, selling short. It's a whole different animal. It's a whole different way of turning your mind and the charts upside down. But again, you know, if you found a lot of success over the last 18 months, okay, that's not working anymore. Whatever you were doing, I'm going to guarantee, I'm going to bet that whatever you were doing to make money back then is not working so well now. Okay? And so it's very important to recognize this is just a technical mess down here as opposed to what we've been used to. So the earlier you can adapt, earlier you can recognize that change has occurred, and then the earlier you can adapt to that change, and obviously start small and see what works and then kind of leverage up from there. But the dip buyers are done, guys. We're entering into a new market. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it Ukraine fears. You can call it inflation fears. But usually the markets do what they want to do, and then we attach a headline to it to try and make sense of it. So I don't think the selling has anything really to do with Ukraine and all they're trying to make it out to be. It has more to do with inflation, horrible economy, interest rates are going to be raised, and there's just not much left that the Fed can do to prop this stuff up anymore because, in my opinion, they've been propping this stuff up for a pretty good while. But they're running out of bullets, and I am not bullish. I am back to being in the bearish camp. I've got some TZA and some other accounts. I was playing it pretty well. Again, this is, if you don't know, this is the IWM, the Russell 2000. These are the small caps. And this was the index that first showed signs of inability to participate higher. You know, all the way back here, we had this giant range for over a year. Buy that dip and you sell that rip. But now we've broken down out of that very distinguished range. And it looks just like all the others. It's just leading us kind of lower. Broken below all its moving averages again. NASDAQ is very similar in its ugliness. The S&P is really doing the best of all, but I noticed the tech was really starting to sell off a lot earlier than the S&P. And by the way, if you want to know what a head and shoulders pattern looks like, we're pretty close to one here. There's the right shoulder, there's the head, and there's an attempt at another shoulder. So we now have lower highs and lower lows. I know a lot of people that I trade with are waiting for triple super duper confirmation, which is they want to wait until this level here, 420, breaks, because that's an obvious level to anybody looking at this market. If that level breaks, then we're going lower, and we're not going to hold. I'm not trying to make a prediction, but I don't think when the time comes that we test this 420 level, it's going to be what the bulls want. So I feel like I'm recognizing a change in the winds earlier than some of my friends here who are waiting for this confirmation down here. And in all likelihood, what could very well happen is the market will come down here, pierce that level, and then fake out the shorts that pile on, and then we just bounce right back up and make another lower high, and then maybe go lower after that. Who knows? I'm not a fortune teller, but I do have a pretty good handle on reading charts. I mean, let's see, I've been doing this for 25 years, 8 hours a day. I mean, you do the math. I've got a lot of hours. They say 10,000 hours, you can become an expert in anything. I think I blew past 10,000 hours many, many years ago. So it's just a gut feeling that I trade off of. I don't try and complicate it with too many indicators. You start to get over analysis paralysis with too many indicators, looking for that one magic bullet, that golden goose. It really doesn't exist. Caleb, that's a great question. That's what I was just talking about, Caleb. I prefer, and this is what I was doing with TZA. Okay, so when IWM pulled back, when IWM bounced up and then put in these topping tails, that's the time to start selling again, because then you can get that full movement back down to and test. And again, I'm never really a major proponent of shorting in the hole. That's what we're talking about here. If you wait until that level is broken and then you put on a short position here, you're just asking to get bounced out of this thing 2 or 3 days, and then the sellers will reload after that bounce. So I don't really see, Caleb, I don't really ever see a good scenario situation where you want to short momentum. Now, that's not to say it won't work. It definitely has not worked at all very well, even in this crazy stuff we've got going on here. I think if you can definitely train your eye and tweak your scans to find things that are bouncing up, that are in a downtrend, and they're bouncing up into a declining 20, a declining 50, or something along those lines, those are going to be your much better entries. It's just like buying the dip. If you can get a better entry, you have more staying power when you buy the dip on the long side rather than chasing breakouts. I mean, let's talk about that. I'm sure we've all tried to chase some breakouts recently, and the breakout immediately fails, and you're like, well, it broke that number. Why isn't there any follow through? Well, that's just the way the market is behaving right now. So I don't necessarily ever advocate shorting in the hole, Caleb. If you do, just be very, very aware that that technical level that's obvious for everyone to see can easily be exploited, and they can bounce you out. So I prefer to wait for a fade. Sell the rip, fade the short, ease into it. But chasing shorts is not something I like to do. I've never really had good success doing that. Now, that's not to say, Caleb, that that can't turn around and start becoming the case the next couple of weeks. If this market really does get ugly, then yeah, I've seen it where you can chase momentum to the downside, but I don't know if I've seen enough confirmation for that yet. I think if you see the VIX, the fear index, really start to spike up, let's say, Caleb, you see the VIX here got caught at the 200-day. Well, if the VIX gets back above the 200-day, the fear trade is back on, well then this point in time might be a level or an environment in which you could short new lows and short momentum, as you say. I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but I just don't know if we're quite there yet. Hi, Debbie. If a top list is minimized, will idea surfing still look at it? I think it does. I don't know for sure, but we can experiment while we're talking and see, because I do have many minimized list. First thing I have to do is idea surfing paused, idea surfing. Okay, so see that orange band? We're going to start in the AI. So idea surfing is going to start in the AI, which is just kind of like a top list. It's going to run through that one, then RIVN, and then GILD, and then it's going to move to another top list. So we'll just let that run, Debbie, and see what we get. But I'm pretty sure it will, in fact, sample minimized top lists. I could be wrong. Like I said earlier, I've been using this longer than everybody, but I'm definitely not the expert that some people are. All right, let's see where it goes next. After EPR. Okay, I don't see the band. I don't see the orange band, so let's go. Let's look at our first top list. There it is. There's your answer, Debbie. This pullback above 50 was minimized, but you can see the AI, the idea surfing is going to cycle through the top 3 symbols on this top list. So to answer your question, it doesn't matter if they are minimized or not, you will have them in the idea surfing, which is probably a good thing because, if I'm not looking at a simple stock and I'm just letting it cycle through and I'm just kind of vegging out here, staring into space, all of a sudden a chart pops up that I really like. It could have been minimized and I would have never really seen it otherwise. So that's one thing to consider. A couple things on your next question, Debbie. You've got a top list. You want to have unneeded columns. I would just undo the columns. And let me add to your question there as well regarding sort. I don't need that one. Yeah, I can use this one. What am I talking about? So configure. The easiest way really is to just go to columns, grab the ones you don't want, click the arrow over, and you can pare down your columns that way. But you also mentioned your sort sequence. I would not be a fan of using in the top list windows. I'm not really a fan of using the sort because it seems to create more trouble or issues than necessary, considering you can just come in here and double click. So this is my sort function. Double click, and you can see the short float percent is how I have my sort, and it's also how I have my color scheme. So I just kind of park it on that. So I would just delete the columns, Debbie, and don't pay attention to that sort tab. Just use the double click on the headers. It's the easiest way to get the info you want. Caleb, so selling a retracement. Yeah, you're just doing the opposite. You're selling a bounce. That's the way I feel most comfortable trading to the short side, is fading some up moves, because that's the way the market has been lately. It's just if you try and short new lows, you're asking for it. But that doesn't mean that can't change. I just don't know if we're there right now in that chapter of the book. So hopefully that makes sense to you, Caleb. I mean, you can do it either way, but I prefer to wait for the bounce, because when you hit the bounce just right, and the very next day, if you're a swing trader and you shorted the close, and the very next day it gaps down and starts trading red, you're in, you're positioned, and there's no pain in that trade. That's the most important thing. There's no pain. All right, Sam wants me to look at, was it WMC? Well, I wouldn't buy this chart. It's in a horrible downtrend. It's been just dominated. Now, is there any reason that we could try and buy this chart? The RSI tells us no, it's still oversold. It's not really trying to bounce. There's some history back here we could look at. So it looks like it's really trying to break this level here at 190. Worst case possible, it goes down to that 137, 135 over here, but not a great looking chart. I want to create a top list with all the color coding I want, and then bring over my other top list. So, okay, so what you can do is, here's my formatting, right? Here's my sort. I like sorted by short float. I like my color scheme. I like all that. So I can just say right click. And if you're not aware, Debbie, it's an older feature, but we have a tool called Collaborate. It's kind of like save to cloud, but you're not saving to cloud. You're just copying all the filter settings and basically copying all the filter settings. So we go right in here, we collaborate, and we save it just like we do. We copy it just like we would do in cloud. Okay, so now it's in our clipboard. So now all the settings of your parent window that you want everything else to key off of has been copied to collaborate. Right click collaborate. So now we can open a new top list, which means nothing. Right click collaborate, and then we're going to paste. And look at that. There you go. It took a lot of the same filter settings. Let's see, we're going to have to also text headers. I like those. That's one way to do it, Debbie. Or you can just come in here, right click the one you want, your parent window, and select duplicate. And from duplicate, you still have all the filters and the colors and the settings, but you can go in and you can individually change the things that you want on the new window. But that collaborate feature does come in handy when you want to, like, let's say somebody wants to build a top list, but they want to build a top list for stocks from 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 60, 60 to 100, 100 and above, or do that with float. You know, people will do that a lot of times. They'll take a top list and make 4 or 5 copies of it, but each one is a little bit different based on a certain window that they want to look at, market cap, float, short float, what have you. So that's when that collaborate feature can come in really handy, Debbie. You just want to keep duplicating those, or the duplicate feature works as well too. Okay, well, if you just want the color format, I don't know if there's a way to translate just the color format. In that case, I would literally just do the duplicate feature because you're still going to get the same color format, but you can work around that. All right, Caleb, you bring up a good question because I was going to move on to something else I wanted to talk about here. You want strong direction in the market for momentum. That is correct. We've had a lot of choppiness in the indexes, and it sounds like some of these stocks have got some momentum. But let's take a look at one. We're not going to look at the short side now. This was a trade of the week from about a month and a half ago, maybe less. BTU. I want you guys, seriously, drop what you're doing and imprint your eyes on this chart. I'm a visual trader. I don't get involved in too many technicals, like I said, and the math just eludes me when it comes to trading. I am a visual trader, and this chart tells me all I need to know. So this was our trade of the week back here when it was kind of consolidating, and we got a nice little pop, but then we got this vicious downdraft, but that was the low right there. We didn't know that. But then you've got to risk it into earnings. There's our earnings day right there. Earnings were wonderful. Now, this is a coal stock, all right? So there's probably a story going on there with oil, energy, coal. They might start digging the crap out of the stuff again just to try and keep up with the energy demand. But I don't need to surmise that. The chart tells me the whole story. So this is just probably a 5-star bullish flag momentum daily chart. As usual, I key off of the 10-day moving average, just like I do in the 15-minute chart, okay? So we had no catalyst, but then we had our news. Big volume spike. Hey, the market liked the earnings. Something's starting to come alive over here in BTU. Well, as you can see, this blue line right there, I created for myself because I felt earlier this morning when it was breaking out around there that I would be chasing that. And I was wrong. I tried to get tricky and set a price alert to tell me if it pulled back to that blue line, I was going to buy BTU, but it never gave me the pullback. And I am unlike Barry. I do like to buy pullbacks. I don't like to chase new highs. But again, visually, guys, imprint on this chart. This is about as clean as a flag, pennant, whatever you want to call it, is going to give you. Second thing I want to note about this chart. Yesterday was the key day. Why was it the key day? Because the price jammed down, an algorithmic quant sell program came in, drove the price down, and look at where the buyers jumped in at the 10 SMA. So what's important to me is the whole burrito here, the whole enchilada, the price movement up, the beautiful tight consolidation. And then the second thing of interest was that test. These algorithms literally, I feel like they need to come down and test and put their foot on the ladder and see if that ladder is still there. Once that's done, that's usually the head fake before the move. You know, some of you guys play golf. Sometimes you get a little bit of a waggle in one direction, and then your swing goes backwards. It's kind of the counter move before the move. I see this all the time. So, you know, Caleb's asking about strong direction. Yeah, the direction was showing strong momentum here on the daily chart. And I'm just kicking myself for not seeing this one yesterday. If I'd have seen this one yesterday, I would have been all over it today. But I saw it late. I saw it as it was breaking out, and I refused to chase it. So what I did was, as you can see, I put that blue line in there. Look at this. You're not even going to get a pullback. The 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart held up. Very shallow pullback. The buyers showed up on the intraday chart at the 10 SMA there, just like they showed up on the 10 SMA at the daily. So I'm a swing trader, and these are the kind of charts I just salivate over, and I'm just so angry that I didn't see it. It's on my radar. I mean, it's on my watch list, and I still, there it is right there. It's on my like list at the top. And I was afraid to chase it when it was up 5%. Now it's up 15%. But that, guys, please, if you just joined, imprint on this chart right there. If you ever see the chart that looks like this without today, you don't want to lose sight of that. Beautiful push, beautiful volume, beautiful sideways consolidation, and the little test that is the test of the counter move before the big move is just the cherry on top for me, and I'm just so bummed that I missed it. So again, I really wanted to highlight this BTU chart for you guys today because that is just beautiful. We can flip this down upside down, you know, Caleb, and when stocks are going down in momentum for day after day, down, and then they stop going down and they go sideways, and that 10-day simple moving average comes down from above, that's when you want to get short those stocks because that's the consolidation. It's just waiting. It's literally just waiting for that day yesterday, the test of the actual line, because that's where these algorithms can have their string. If then buy at target, reverse, whatever. But they have to have waypoints and they have to have targets. And all my observations, I am convinced that the algorithms out there that run the markets and the market makers and the quant funds, they need a tag. It's not rare, but it's unusual to have something not reach down and tag that 10 SMA first, just to test it and then go. When they don't test it and they go without it, that just means it's even stronger. All right, I could be rambling here. Let me catch up on questions. I don't think there's an easy way to do that, Debbie. There's just no one way to translate the same color scheme for everything. You're going to have to change something at some point, mostly filters, I would imagine. All right, let's see. You like VIST, or you're asking me if I like VST? Let's take a look. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's get rid of that. Let's zoom out a little bit. So my 10-period moving average on this one, tested, passed, tested, passed. That's really close, really close. I mean, it was really hanging on by a thread yesterday, but tested the 10 SMA and moved higher. Looks like you got some midday news in this guy, Vista Oil. Yeah, that's definitely a hot sector right now. Good looking chart. I mean, if you were in it and you were able to benefit from that move, there's no reason to get out. Sit on your hands, put a tape over the sell button. And what I would be watching from this point forward is how the 10 SMA starts to catch up and how the price reacts to the 10 SMA when they do eventually meet again. Earnings was yesterday. Okay, so it looks like it's reacting to earnings. Maybe they got some sort of an upgrade midday. I don't know. That's a good chart. It's a good sector. Good chart. Yeah, CF. This thing really went bananas without doing anything. Back when it was the trade of the week, we were looking at this kind of stuff right there. beautiful consolidation, nice wick down, pierced the 10 SMA, was really hoping for a move higher. We got it, and that's what happens when you buy breakouts and you wait up here. It just gets reversed on you. Then it comes back. A horrible, horrible action. This thing is really setting itself up to, well, it's demonstrating that it's a very volatile price action stock. But I'm glad you reminded me of it, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my price alert here. We now have a very simple level to watch. Maybe this is the time, after all this shakeout and all this consolidation, I think it goes higher. Now, I'm going to go to the chart must confirm the story. And one of the things that originally got me looking at CF, I think Mosaic was another one that has been doing well. You know, there's a tremendous shortage in fertilizer right now, and that's not being talked about, and it's kind of scary actually. But CF, pesticides and agricultural chemical products and fertilizers, this thing, the story is brewing. That's what I'm trying to say. The story is brewing, and now the chart is setting up again. Yeah, I did not care for any of this nonsense back here. That was just crazy. It stopped me out and just kind of made me lose interest in the stock. But I still got a price alert in there. I'm still interested to see what happens. And I still think the story could be confirmed by the chart. So JP, I think don't lose sight over that one for sure. And I'm not going to lose sight of it either. How can we get the AI top list? Let's see here. Sorry, reading something else. AI top list. All I have is this. Maybe you saw this earlier when we were cycling through the idea surfing. So this is the strategy trade window of all the AIs. There's no real list to look at other than what comes in on the strategy window. Not the trades window, but the strategy window. This one right here. This one tells you all the things that scored well last night and all the strategies that are on deck for the game. This guy's still on the bench. Still on the bench. They've had no trades today. No trades. These strategies have had one trade and they all worked, so we get a nice 100% reading. So that's another way to look at the AI data. Now you can get this a couple ways. You can go right to the AI channel, Holly AI, or you can just bring them into your workspace by going New, AI Strategy, and also the AI Trades window. Okay, and those will bring these up. So I think this is what you were referring to there. Very easy to bring up, especially if you're on the test drive. Everybody has access to it. Okay. Okay, so F shadow, hopefully that helped. I think what you want to see is this one, strategy trades window. Which strategies scored well in the combine last night in the machine learning tree, and which ones might be ready to go today. But then once the day opens, we start to see, hey, these are the ones that were doing the best, these short sells. So 3 out of 4 of these winners were short sells. So again, that gives you kind of a directional bias as to how the currents are trading out there. Oh, IMPP. I'm so interested. I'm so glad you brought that up. I was watching this morning. I skipped ahead. I'll circle back. Don't worry, JP. Now, I got this off my Pro Gap, and I'm guessing that you might have too. IMPP. Do I like the price action? I do, because I've shared my Pro Gap scanner. Stocks that are downtrend, downtrend, downtrend. Yesterday was a Pro Gap, and today was a follow-through Pro Gap. I had this thing on the radar at 106. I was thinking about it, but I didn't buy it. But this is the kind of stuff that I might consider day trading, at least for intraday stuff. Pro gaps can usually follow through pretty nicely. This thing's not dead yet. I would say if this thing continues the volume and the good price action, keep an eye on this 50-day moving average right there. What is that? We're talking $1.60. So around 155, 160, you could start to see some sellers. But I'm going to go ahead and assume, Acoustic, that you did catch that off of the ProGap scanner that I created. If not, good on you. But I'll share this for anybody that wants to. Every day there's new ideas that are gapping way out of a downtrend, and that catches a lot of short sellers by surprise. It snaps their neck, and they spend all day trying to hold the bid and cover to get out of a bad position. So there's no reason that we cannot participate in that scenario. Okay, copy all. I'll put that in here. Pro gap. Scan. There's the cloud link for the pro gap. All right. Just to reiterate, F shadow, we never really know what symbols are going to be traded. They pop out in real time, and we all learn together in real time. All we know are the strategies that are on the bench, hoping that Hawley puts them into the game in real time. JP for CF, the chart observation, not the guidance. Okay. Yeah, if there's bad guidance out there, if you're talking about official guidance from analysts, my recommendation is to tune those people out 120%. They do not work for you. They work for somebody else. And many times they're just getting a memo from the floor above. They want to get their preferred clients in at a lower price. So the unscrupulous little turd analyst who never traded in his life or her life writes up something and sends it out and affects the stock price. Never ever, I don't think you should ever really take an analyst's guidance. Now, if the company gave guidance, that's something different. But an analyst giving guidance, that's usually ulterior motives. Companies are a bit more stringent. They have to be more on the up and up. So if that's what you were referring, okay, good. I answered that already. INPP. All right, looks like we're caught up, guys. The trade of the week. So, going into this week, we talked about, okay, first and foremost, the trade of the week is going to be a pullback alert. We're not buying a breakout, we're buying a pullback. And the reason the ETF GDX is on the calendar, is on the radar, is because look at this chart. This looks nothing like what's going on in the S&P and the Qs. This is where the defensive money is now starting to realize we can go over here to gold miners and we can buy stocks, but they're gold miner stocks, and we can get positioned in there for maybe some defensive safety. I don't know, but the idea is to never ever chase an entry like that. So now we've got 2 more days here, and you can see that blue line is ready to go. I'll buy it if it pulls back to that blue line, as the trade of the week suggests. But we just might get some extremely strong consolidation, and we may not even get an attempt to fill that gap or an attempt to come back and touch this moving average. It just may kind of drift higher, and that's okay. I've got exposure in silver and some other stuff, but I would have loved for this thing to maybe give a vicious pullback on the open and tag that so people can put it on their radar and get familiar with buying a pullback as a trade of the week, as opposed to waiting for a breakout on the trade of the week, as I've spoken a lot in the last half hour about why breakouts just are very hard to trust these days. But if you can find a strong chart, okay, that looks nothing like the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is below all of its moving averages and looking ugly, and the gold miners are above all their moving averages and looking for more higher prices. So that right there tells the whole story. You don't have to be a fund manager to figure this one out. People can talk about inflation being transitory or no big deal, or people can even talk about why the hell hasn't gold done anything for the last year and a half with all this inflation talk. Well, sometimes you're just early. Sometimes you're just early. And I think this could be the beginning of an early move. Silver itself is now challenging and breaking through the 200-day moving average. Look at this. It was declined back here at the 200-day, right to the penny. Took a giant double tap down with a couple of lows there, regained the strength. Now it's coming back with a battering ram against that 200-day moving average. And it's looking to me like all we have to do is close right here, and that's going to send a warning shot across the bow of the silver shorts. There's some interesting stuff going on in silver. I hear Bank of America is short 800 million ounces of silver. So 8 million times 24. That's a lot of ounces. That's a lot of money. I think that was the amount, 8 million. And they're going to start losing money quickly if the price of silver spot goes over 24. And we're at silver 24.20 right now. So there's a few white collar people over at Bank of America spinning their pens and pencils in their hands right now, wondering what's going to happen, because if silver gets away from B of A and the other JP Morgan and other artificially held down institutions that were doing this, basically shorting silver that they didn't have. We all learned about naked shorting in GameStop and AMC. Well, that's been going on in silver and gold for a long time. So I'm starting to get finally a little bit more encouraged. I've been sitting through a lot of this, for 6 months now. It's in my 401k, but I've just been going back and forth with the flow. Once I see that the technicals have improved and are building, I'll probably add to it. But again, same thing goes with GDX. It feels like the market and the fund managers are probing around, looking. Oh, geez, I didn't even hardly see that. Looking for a new place to put their money. Let's look at this, you guys. That's where we're stuck right now. This 35 level. We may not even get a chance to get that pullback. It could just take one overnight event or something, but this is a significant level the more I look at it at 55, 35. But I'm not going to jump in and chase it here. That's just not what I do. All right, back to the questions here. Okay, so F shadow, where are the shares and the symbols? The shares and the symbols are going to come from the strategy trade. So new strategy trades window. And again, we don't know what's going to come out until it comes out in real time. So that is what we have for today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shorts, 4 longs. The shorts are doing better than the longs, and it's a very good day, net positive. A couple of good trades in there. So that's what you're looking for. JP, I did get into GDX down yesterday and came back today, so I sold. Thanks for these trades of the week. I wish they were working better than they could, but at least we're keeping people out of big trouble, JP, with these trades of the week, and hopefully learning a thing or two. Don't. Wow, here we are. We are at 35, and that high from the other day was 35.11. But as you saw, I'll do it again as I back out. That is a very significant level. So I'm going to add a second price alert right there. We'll see which one happens first. I got a feeling that one I just set was going to happen first. It's entirely possible that we're not going to get the pullback because, as I said, there's a shift, there's a change in the winds out there, and I think the big fund managers are realizing it, and they might not stick around for better prices. They just might start pouring into some defensive plays here. So we'll see what happens. I'll save that for later. All right, let's see. Todd, how do you cancel a buy-sell order in the sim? Sure. So let's pull up the sim. Okay, so let's go ahead and say I wanted to buy GDX on a pullback here at 34.82. So click that and do just say 200 shares. Okay, we're going to do limit. Okay, so it'll be a limit order at 34. Just call it 50, whatever. I'm not going to get hit on it. 34.50. Okay, we're going to buy 200 GDX at 34.50. So we'll click buy, and then we'll see our buy tag come into the chart here in a second. I think I might need to do that. Oh, there we go. 34.50. Am I? Yep, I might have even doubled. Buying 200 shares. Okay, perfect. So there's our order. It just sits there. A couple different ways we can do it. If we feel like that might not be triggered, well, we can move it up. We can drop it up here and release. That is now canceled and replaced my order just by dragging and dropping and releasing in the chart. Let's say you don't want to have it anymore. Well, there's two ways to do it. You could go to the orders tab right here, and we could GDX buy. We could right click and we could cancel that order to buy GDX in the orders tab. The way I prefer to do it is much easier. Is just say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and highlight that, delete that, hit the delete key. Okay, highlight that, hit the delete. Here we go. Cancel this order. When I hit the delete key after highlighting that line, yes, I want to cancel this order. And you'll see the line disappear. The order will disappear. Canceled in red. Hard to do when you have a market order there. Once you send that market order, you're going to get filled. Okay, so Todd, I think that was where you were hung up. Highlight the line, left click the mouse to grab and anchor on that line. Then whatever key you hit is in proportion to that line. Same goes for trend lines or other chart markups. Oh yeah, if you still have a good trailing position, don't sell that in GDX. Let that one work for you. Let that one work. I was in this thing too, and I got out. Here's where I was in. So friggin' disappointing. I think I bought this day right there as we started to move. I bought the morning of that day right there, and I was like, yeah, look at that volume bar. The markets were reacting, I think, to, yeah, that was a Fed day, I think, as well, or close to it. And then it just proceeded to give it all back and then some. And I think on this day right here, I said, you know what, I don't want any part of this. Screw this. And I was like, yeah, I'm glad I got out of that. And then it comes charging back. GDX still below 200 for now. 44 looks like huge level. If you're talking about the 200 day, that's the 200 day right there. So it's GDX is above the 200 day. But I feel like 35 is that huge level. Look, it tried to squirt above 35 there and got rejected. Some sellers jumped in there, and some sellers are defending that level. Looking back here to November. Oh, GDXJ. Right, I didn't catch that part. The juniors. Yes. Good point. I actually looked at those over the weekend. I thought, well, maybe GDXJ should be the trade of the week. And nope, can't get above the 200. Yep, you are absolutely correct, Don. Not as much interest in the junior miners as the established ones. Newmont, I just keep seeing that thing. You can't stop Newmont. That's really the bellwether right there. That's a good one. I got you now, Don. Yeah. And I did exactly that. GDX or GDXJ? Nope, it's GDX. But if GDXJ can get, you are correct. If it can get above that 200 day, that's where the 44 resistance is. You are correct. Yeah, we're seeing the same thing. So it's kind of an interesting inflection point. 44 in the J and 35 in the GDX. A close and a move above that with a close above that will certainly get attention. Certainly get attention out there. If you use Brokerage Plus with IB, can you also enter orders into IB? I believe you can, yeah, but I've heard, Debbie, it's just a nightmare. The TWS platform is a lot to be desired in terms of ease and simplicity. So, yeah, but you can. But that's why we created this, to interface with that and do all these cool things with lines and moving and cancel, replace. It's a great add-on for what they offer over there. SLGN, is that a new one? Nope, it's a short that got stopped out. Okay. How do you narrow down your trade of the week? Mostly it's me, JP. The only person I confer with is Andy because he and I look for the same kind of stuff. Um, I've I've done that in the past where I've kind of on a Friday put out there, hey, anybody like anything out there? And they'll show me some charts, and it just doesn't jive with what I'm looking for. Doesn't mean they're wrong. Um, but how do I narrow it down? Usually by Thursday close, I'm starting to see, okay, what's going on out there in general, what sectors are strong, and then as Friday comes, I'm literally looking for trades on Friday, and I'm like, oh, I like this one and this one. If this would just not close and get away from us and hold in the consolidation pattern, this one might be a good candidate. So I don't go to one well. I mean, I've gone to the A table a lot in the past. This is a short squeeze one. I'm probably never ever going to use a pro gap scan for trade of the week because, as I said, it's not really a great swing trade. It's more of a great day trade. You caught everybody leaning on the wrong side on the pro gap. So it's a good buy in the morning, sell at the close kind of a scan for that one. Yeah, if you've used it for a long time, Debbie, then you know how to make it work. Um, are you looking at the chart pattern? I'm definitely looking at the chart pattern. So sometimes what I'll do, JP, is I'll literally start from a top-down approach. That's what I did last week. Okay, I knew last week every chart out there is pretty much broken. There's nothing that looks really pretty except for energy. Um, I'll tell you what, if I had seen BTU and it looked like that, it looked like that going into the weekend. Where is it? Right there. If I'd have seen that going into Friday on the weekend, that would have been my trade of the week. Strong sector, coal, energy, oil, but that one eluded me. So, you know, it's probably some that I missed, but I spend a good day, a chunk of Friday, just trying to look and see what is going to close interesting that's not getting away, but has a good chance for a strong opening on Monday or Tuesday. Um, so to finish your question, definitely looking at chart patterns, and the chart patterns will include the 10 SMA. So that's why I went back earlier and said, if there's ever a chart to imprint on that I like in my way of trading, which is totally different from Barry's way of trading, daily charts are my go-to because I'm a swing trader. Ideally, I hook up. So let's say I did hook up on this move today. I would be expecting a day and a half out of this. I'd probably be exiting this trade, most of it, 2/3 or a half at least, tomorrow around lunchtime, assuming this trade closes on highs, gives us a big green bar at the end of the day. I would have been positioned had I got in. This is my perfect setup, right? It's like a surfer. I've positioned myself. I started paddling. I'm on the wave. Now I'm riding the wave. I wait and see, hey, did it close on highs? No reason to get out. Let's stick around for the gap up tomorrow. Could get a follow through gap up tomorrow. People start chasing it on the open. And before you know it, 2 hours into the day, I'm looking to be a seller. And what I will do is I will use this line tomorrow. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself, but if it closes on highs and rips even higher tomorrow, I'm just going to use this line as my guide. That's my guide stone to sell half or 2/3. It will tell me when, assuming this was tomorrow and it's doing the same thing, and all of a sudden midday around lunchtime, a candle rolls over and closes. That's the operative word, closes below the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. That tells me the momentum that started here this morning is probably getting ready to die out as people like me want to book profits, take profits, don't stick around for too much. It's my contention that it's very hard to get things to run for 3 or 4 days straight in this market without some sort of a pullback or a wick or consolidation. So that's my perfect setup, okay? And I'm using, JP, the 10 SMA. It's consolidating above the 10 SMA. Yesterday it stepped back and checked the 10 SMA. No pain, no foul. It didn't sell off. It bounced right back up into play. I probably would have bought this at the close had I seen this yesterday. I like to buy things at the close once I know how they're going to close to try and participate in the following day without having to chase or reach up and grab too much. So that's my strategy. Day and a half on the ones that really work. When is it time to get out? It's time to get out when the first candle closes below that 15-minute 10 SMA. And I've just had good success just looking for those types of trades. Just like a surfer looks for a good wave, positions, paddles, makes a couple turns, and bails out the back end before it turns to a whitewater mess. JP, is the 8 table a squeeze potential? Yes, it is a squeeze potential. Let's look at Arch. I played Arch, I think. Okay, so this was the stock that I bought live with you guys 2 weeks ago. we were talking about the A table. Was this, yeah, I believe it was probably that day right there. I can't remember. But we talked about the A table, and I said, well, this is a scan that looks for strong stocks that happen to have a very high percentage of short sellers. Arch has 33% short of only a 15 million share float. So a very small circulation of stocks of certificates to trade, and 1/3 of them are on the wrong side of the boat. So I actually bought this in real time with you guys last week, and I did the day and a half trade. It was this day right here, I think. Yep, I think it was this day right here. I bought that, and I rode the day and a half, and then I got out. So that was my little 2-day wonder in that one, but that's what I like to do. I didn't keep any, probably should have, but now it's literally setting up again. So you have kind of a good eye there. It's setting up nicely. It got ahead of itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of perfect consolidation. And JP, where did it consolidate at? The 10-day moving average. So this thing could be back in play. And when we know the secret sauce of 33% short of a small float share of 15 million, this thing has more potential. And I think that's why it got ahead of itself back here. Everybody's seeing the same thing. So don't take this one off your radar. Yeah, somebody showed it to me this morning. I just wasn't in the mood, but I'm gonna keep an eye on that and see how it closes. But ideally, I should have bought it this morning. I feel like I'm chasing it up here now. Also, just for fun, look at my 5-day moving average. For those of you who don't know, this is a 5-day rolling average of 15-minute candles. It's averaging 130 candles. Okay, right click, indicators. SMA 130. So when you put 130 for the value, then there's my 10. That's all I have. Look at how that came into play yesterday. Arch, 4 times got hung up there at that 5-day. Pulled back, got a better hold of the battering ram, and blasted through it. So I try to keep it as simple as possible, and I can get away personally with just this 130-day average, candle average, and my 10 candle average on my intraday charts. That's all I really feel like I need. But I wanted to highlight that for you. That's a level of interest. It tried to break through, couldn't. 3 or 4 times it tried to break through, and the sellers were holding that 5-day average down. Well, the sellers lost that 5-day average, and now they're, if you're short this thing, you're probably wondering, maybe I really should get out of this thing before it squeezes. So yes, this is a squeeze type of play. And if we look at the filters, it's nothing more than a strong stock composite rating. This is like taking 10 filters and combining them into one. An 80 would be a B student, a 90 would be an A student. So I'm confident that the stock composite ratings of 80 will all be looking good on a daily chart. They're moving higher, maybe trending, but they're moving in the right direction. Minimum short float, 15%. Average daily volume, 500,000 shares. That's it. That's all that is included in creating my A table. And so from there, I'm sorting by short float. So INVA, look at this. INVA might be setting up again. Big move, consolidating. I would keep an eye on this. Maybe I'll put an alert in there and see if it happens to come down and touch that 10 SMA. That could be our counter move signal to maybe take a nice entry with small size just to get it on the radar. But INVA has 34% short of 68 million shares. So the shorts are in pain. They're in trouble over here, and they're trying to figure it out. So let me give you that scan because I know you were asking for it. There it is. All right. All right, F shadow. Is there a way to change price scale in the chart? Yes. Okay, so what you need to do is just click on the chart. So I left click. Now this chart is my main focus. I hold down the control key and I use the mouse wheel or the arrow keys on your keyboard. That will give you zoom in and zoom out. And you should be able to get the exact perspective you like. For me, I kind of like almost 2 days perspective on my 15-minute chart, and I like about 3 or 4 months on my daily chart. That little move in CFVI was just given all back. Those are tough to trade. Those are just holdings of mine. I don't trade them. All right, guys. Looks like we're going to be doing a Twitter Spaces at the top of the next hour. So 2 p.m. I'm sorry. It'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do a Twitter Spaces with some of the guys here at Trade Ideas. And they are throwing me to the wolves. They are going to make the clickbait today. Steve Gomez says that the dip buyers have given up. This time it really is different. Sell the rips. Hashtag SPY. I tweeted that earlier, and Sean's going to hold my feet to the fire and make me explain what I meant by that tweet. But I've already told you guys. I mean, the market has changed. The winds have changed. You see the big money being defensive going into gold and gold miners. There's a lot of good points I can make on that 3 p.m. Eastern Twitter Spaces. So maybe some of you guys will tune in for that. But I'm going to go ahead and bring Barry back into his room now. And I thank you guys again for all the good topics and comments and questions. Info at trade-ideas is always the place to email if you have any questions. 3:30 Eastern, after we do the Twitter Spaces, Chris Varley will take over this feed and give Barry another end of day break. And Chris is really good for the newer users, especially on Test Drive. If you're not aware, come back at 3:30 Eastern for sure and let Chris, show you some more tips and tricks on how to use the platform. Debbie, if you follow the Trade Ideas Live account, you will see it. It's always on your handheld phone. You can't do Twitter Spaces on the desktop. You got to pull out your phone. And if you follow any of us, at Trade Ideas is probably the best one. At 3 o'clock Eastern, you'll see a little purple icon at the top of the mobile Twitter that says, "Hey, Trade Ideas and TI Steve G and Andy and a couple of guest speakers are all talking right now." Just click on that purple icon and it'll say, "Oh, do you want to start listening?" And that's it. And we'll just continue on. All right. He's back on. I'm going to close it down. Thanks, guys. I will see you next time.
Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at, how about OPCH? What did it do? That was a gap up and go for a while anyway. Okay, I can give you the bouncers and the toppers right here, okay? And this is in the dock version. Come on. Okay, just a minute. I guess I didn't save it in the dock version. Okay, just give me a moment. And welcome, by the way, dude. Dude trader. You don't get too many alerts. Okay, this is what it looks like right now. Don't get too many alerts. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. That's why I'm not getting any new alerts. The reason is I had my alerts toggle off. Boy, this one, this says TRN. I mean, I just showed you this one just to show you how you can put a price target. Meanwhile, GMBL continues down. Boy, this is just sinking to oblivion. All-time low. Earnings. All right. Just looking at. Oh, we had a halt here. Okay, that KLTR got halted on the way up. That's a long time ago. I'm just catching up now. DHHC. GHHC. Okay, I had an alert for this one just because of some volume coming in. This looks like it has to be a SPAC. Yeah. Remember talking about this one yesterday, this wheat, the wheat index, WET, the wheat fund, WEAT, man oh man, still alive today. And we watched it yesterday take out 8 and just ran. Again, this is Russia-Ukraine issues, maybe not only oil, not only energy being disrupted, but maybe wheat. So, yeah, what is it? Where? I'm going to take a look at what they do. Skin, serum-based, hydrodermabrasion products. Okay, it must be gold. You're right. I remember, yeah, they did. I don't know if this is an IPO or was this a SPAC that became Skin. Had a nice run up to 30, and then like a lot of other stocks fell all the way. Man, I mean, these are just big, big moves down. But a great move today, yeah, $5 today. Wow. So, this is one to watch tomorrow. I mean, it's obviously got room still. Look at the weekly chart, 2050. There's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And of course, on the monthly chart, way up here. Well, not way up, but 23. So this could be one of those ones in which a second day continuation off earnings. Could be. All right, this one, FSLY, Fastly, had the earnings on the 16th. Not good. Yesterday's low was 1802, below yesterday's low now. With the market moving down, all right. See about a short on this one. See if this one keeps moving down. FSLY. Excuse me, man, oh man, I never used to have allergies, but since this pandemic, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, this skin is super strong. Yeah, I mean, holding this 18 now, and you get some volume coming in and popping up, this could have another run easily. Easily. Even against the market. I mean, this is really trading. This is a classic alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. SNII, let's take a look at Vicky's SNII. Yeah, I mean, a big break. Boy, talk about consolidation. Just need volume though, as you know. Yeah, but JP, I never, ever used to have allergies. Never. Ah, shoot, you know what okay, keep an eye on LL, guys. Keep an eye on LL. This is an earnings play. Okay, they used to be called liquid lumberdators. They changed their name, LL. LL Flooring now. Liquid liquidators, lumber liquidators. Jeez. Lumber Liquidators. That was their old name. Now they're LL Flooring. It's an earnings play. And keep an eye on a 16 break. The pills, that's what's affecting me right now. The pills, guys. Fluor. Let's take a look at Fluor. Fluor was active yesterday, as I recall. Had earnings on the 22nd. And got hammered down, actually. So interesting action today with Fluor after earnings yesterday. Well, I remember when, yeah, with this lumber liquidators, and this was all, remember way back here when they got absolutely slammed because of importing, they were talking tainted lumber from China or whatever the heck it was. That's where and the product was, I don't want to call it tainted necessarily, but it was deemed to be not up to standards. And man, did it get killed. It's never really recovered. Formaldehyde, that's right. So I guess it was tainted. Ah, really? So there's a big class action suit. Would you get a couple of bucks? Nice. Wow, this is a big takeout right here, guys. If the SPY takes this out right here, which it looks like it's going to, I mean, that's the low of the day. When's the last time we had two days in a row up? Okay, just took it out, or it's at that low. I guess we could call this is the last time we had a couple of days up or a gap up. But boy, oh boy, it's been, this is kind of flat these 2 days. All right, FSLY is starting to work. Well, they'd have to tell you, obviously. Vicky, I guess they'd have to tell you. Or you could backtest it yourself and just sort of see and experiment. But yeah, I mean, they say, yeah, I hold for 60 minutes. Or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the ideal thing to do. All right, FSLY even. Boy, they're just getting just a relentless selling now, guys. Just relentless. If you won't short, I guess you're sitting on your hands because there's not a lot. I mean, the only, I mean, obviously Skin has been an awesome play today on the long side, but few and far between. Boy, the gap down and go now is starting to explode again. Gap down and go, MRNS, not quite an all-time low. Boy, this is a big gap down, and obviously some news after the company phase 3 trial. And that's a delay in the phase 3 clinical trial. Well, as long as the market keeps doing this, I'm just going to hold on to that FSLY short, 1787. It's, you know, not terrible. Let's see if it has any sort of a move down again. I should look, I suppose, on the monthly chart to see where the next low is. 1772. So the next low is 1718. So could stall around 17 if it ever got close to that. Meanwhile, RUSL, haven't heard it for a while. Just making another new low after the little pull up. Well, the one thing about the skin, other than being the largest organ in the body, um, the volume is drying up. The volume is really, really drying up. So, you know, if it doesn't hold this, and with that really decreasing volume, not a lot of enthusiasm right now for it. How many shorts available? Oh, lots of, whoops, no, for skin. Just checking to see how many shorts available. Lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, you know, I'm sure that must be the same with most brokerage firms. There are over 2 million shorts available. Five-minute, well, it needs to get going then. It's got to be 1820, 1825. Well, I guess what they're saying is that's if you look at the conservative, there's nothing that actually lost. So I guess that's what they're saying. Why they're saying 100%. Nothing that actually is got traded out as a loss. I guess I don't pay any attention to that, Syracuse, but as I always say, I just care about the ones that are, at the top here and try to, assuming it's my price range. So look at code now, KOD. Um, concentrate on these ones. I don't care about the bottom ones. But then again, I'm not auto trading ever, so I'm not worried about. Well, I'm not. It's not that I'm cherry picking. All I'm doing is I'm just following the ones that have moved the best and following them all day. Ah, that William talked me out of skin. Talked me out of my skin. But I still maintain that you had to take some of this code off. Even though it has now come back down, you had to take some code off. I mean, it actually got above the, no, right here. I think, it got above the short sell to 1074. I mean, you can't let that happen. I mean, yes, it has moved back down, but, you just never know. No kidding. What a jerk. Russia, guys, again. Yandex, YNDX. Okay, so Senna, are you talking about, for instance, when I go to the dock channel bar as an example? Yeah, okay. So watch what I do. So I'm going to go to the momentum channel. Okay, and here it is. So this is the one you want, right? You want this into your layout. Okay. So right click and duplicate into free floating window. Okay. Once you do that, it duplicated into another monitor, but now it's free floating. Okay, now it's free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud, and then you can go file load from cloud. Once you've done that, file load from cloud, and I didn't do it again, but it's here. I just have to, there it is. If I had saved it, you would have seen it right at the top. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got some idiots on the YouTube. Buy WMC. Well, now, once you have it in the cloud, now you can do whatever you want with it. Okay, I mean, if you have, you can create a dock window. Your dock, you can have a dock window, and now you can do anything you want. You can put any scan, any top list, any alert window, any chart, any single stock window, virtually anything into the dock. Have you not? Have you done that before? Have you created a dock window before and put? Yeah, okay, well, I would tell you normally, you've got to look at the guide shows you exactly, but just for you, Santa, and for others, I will create a dock window and I'll show you what you can do. So let me bring back a couple of scans. Okay, so here are a couple of windows, okay? Excuse me, alert windows. But they could be top list windows, they could be charts, they could be single stock windows, they could be virtually anything. So you start off by doing this, click on new, and then docked window. Excuse me, docked window. You give it a name. I'm going to call it Senna. All right. Now, when you do that, you're going to be brought to the user guide, okay? And you really should read this, but I will get out of the user guide. So here it is. Here's a docked window called Senna. Now, actually, what I do is I always start off my docked windows by naming them starting with dock. That's the reason I do that is because when I do a file load, I can do a search on dock and I'll see all my dock windows. That's just what I do. Okay, so let me rename it. I'll show you what I mean. Change the title. And I'm going to call it Dock Senna. Okay? Now, I'm going to take, and again, you keep doing this over and over and over again. As many, you can put charts, top lists, alert windows, single stock windows, whatever you want in once you've got it. So now I'm going to right click and duplicate into Dock Senna. That's why you give it a name. So I'll duplicate it into Dock Senna. So there's the tab. Breaking up on volume. Right click, duplicate into Dock Senna. So now you've got them as tabs. And you just keep doing this. If you had a chart, you can duplicate into Dock Senna. Now at this point is when you can start arranging. Let me do one more, just one more. Low floaters on the move. I've got another individual one. Low floaters on the move, right click, duplicate into Dock Senna. So I've got all these tabs up here. Now you can leave them like that, but most people what they want to do is they want to arrange it so they can see everything at once. So now, here's the trick. I can take, say the low floaters on the move, you grab it. And you see how now this icon appears? And there's an up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, down arrow. If I pick down arrow, look what happens. So the low floaters on the move moves below these two tabs. Again, it's just a matter of practicing a little bit. Now let's say I wanted to put the breaking up in volume and I wanted to put it to the right of this. I drag it, and now I put it to the right. Okay? So now you can see they're not really they're still tabs, but I can see everything now. Okay, and now I could put charts in here, I could put single stock window, I could, load this up with whatever I want, and then I just save it. Just save it. And that's why I was saying if I file load from cloud and I type in dock, D-O-C-K to begin with, I will see all of the dock channels, all the dock windows that I created. I don't know why it takes so long, but so these are all anything with dock in it, but I can see all of the dock windows that I created. Okay, and I should get rid of some of them because they're just duplicates, but it's an easy way. So when people ask me, can I have this or that, and I know it's in a doc format, then I can just quickly find it. The strategy, no, that is correct. You'll see this automatically. Yeah, exactly. Having the strategies on is only if you want to auto trade. Okay? Only if you want to auto trade. This window will show you the alerts as they come in. It's regardless of whether you have the strategies here in the AI. It doesn't matter. Turning these on is only if you want to auto trade. This is the window to watch. This is the window to watch, okay? Strategy trades all. And that is, again, from the toolbar, new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. That's the simplest and easiest, and in my opinion, most effective way to watch. And you can pick and choose which ones you want. That's not on his scan though, is it, Denver? BTU? Oh, it is on, yeah, it was early, BTU, 1783. Whoa, but you had to let it go higher and higher and higher. Look at this market. Wow, wow, wow. NCLH, ouch probably doesn't mean ouch on the way up. Yeah, no, these cruisers, guys, it's like jets. Every time you think the airline industry is going to get rolling, and it should be called jest, but every time you think the airline industry is going to get rolling, look like okay, and nope. Well, I'm just waiting for another topping one. Now, you got some topping ones when the market was doing this from his scan. Bounce plays, well, okay, but no way you could have got that. Yeah, it did bounce, but no way you could have got that. If the market ever does bounce a little bit, then this Stratus becomes a bounce candidate from his scan. But right now, I mean, it's just moving down, down, down. It's an earnings play, SSYS. It's an earnings play. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. Didn't really do much. Market opened, looked good. I mean, here's another one a person might want to look at shorting. I mean, LL, it's an earnings play. It's maintained, been fairly strong, in the face of what has happened in the market. But ultimately, I mean, who's going to keep holding this one? I mean, it's had a tremendous earnings day, no question about it. On pace for its largest percent increase since November of 2020. That is LL. And just as I'm talking about it, it's starting to drift down now, guys, and some volume picking up here. The fantasy area would be way down here in terms of where it could go. 1555 could stall it. I'm in scalp mode though. I am definitely in scalp mode. I had to scalp out that FSLY on these ones. But boy, if the market keeps like this, what is going to hold these things up? Oh, great fill. Boy, this ASAN, I mean, the CEO looks like he bought a bunch up in this area here, and he kept buying and buying and buying up in this 73 area. This came under. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So an insider buys, and I guess he had been buying a few times. 7023, 500,000 shares, 6584, 250,000 shares, 7291, 500,000 shares. This is the president and CEO of ASAN. Okay. This is the catastrophe, though. Look at KOD. I mentioned this. If you're in the pre-market, look at the catastrophe here with Baker Brothers, advisors, directors. Look where they were buying KOD on February 16th, okay? And on February 17th, 54, around $54, 300,000 shares, 95,000 shares. Can you imagine? And it's at $10 now. Okay, so the question is, can Brokerage Plus window be docked into another window? Yes. I don't anymore. Oops, let me bit. But you can do it. A bit of a trick to it. Yeah, right now you see there's no. Yeah, there's no. Okay, so this is what you have to do, Denver, and anybody else who wants to actually put this into a dock. Okay, I decided to take it out, but you'd have to close it down. Okay, you'd have to close it down, exit out. I'm not going to do it, okay, but you'd have to close it down. And then you'd have to go to Tools, Options. Now, before I do all this, Denver, are you listening? Can you see what I'm doing and all? And anybody else, if they want to put this window, okay. So you have to close down the Brokerage Plus window first, number one, okay? Number two, go to Tools, Options. And you see where it's, click on Layouts. And then you see where it says Opening Windows. Open in Dock Window. You would check that. And say OK. Say Save, okay? You would check that and save. Then, when you open up, when you click on New, and Brokerage Plus, it'll appear in some dock window. Now, I don't know how many you've got. I don't know where it will appear, but if you only have one, okay. Now, the next step though, in my opinion anyway, because I don't want every time I open a window for it to, appear in some dock window. So you can go back, Tools, Options, and then uncheck that open in dock window and save it. Otherwise, every time you open a window, it'll try to dock, and yet that may not be what you want to do. No, it could be a chart, it could be anything, and it'll try to dock it, which I don't want, which I would never want. I'd want to pick and choose. I don't know about freaking rocking, but I'll tell you what is rocking though is LL. Okay, well, coming to the first area, getting closer. The first area was right here, 1550 or so. Getting closer and closer that I thought it might stall. So I'm going to take some off right now. Okay, and then if it somehow gets through that, just a second. Now, if it somehow gets through that, then the next, as I said, the fantasy area would be right down here at 15. So I do see that on my one IB chart that I have on the 15 minute, LL is coming into the bottom of a channel. So another reason why I've taken some off. Let them eat wheat. My goodness, look at this wheat again. WEAT. I have to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, this is... what a move. Well, this one is definitely running. Of course, it's an energy play, right? Is it an energy play? Just a minute. Yeah, so this is an energy, well, of course, yeah. Clue, Vista Oil and Gas. So this is an energy play. So this is definitely trading on its own, but it's in the right sector. And it's an earnings play. So trading on its own right sector. Well, I shouldn't say it. It's trading with the sector. It's the only strong sector of the day. Whoa, LL, boy, are you going to really take that out? Okay, top list cannot go into a, Jado, top list cannot go into a multi-strategy window. Okay? Only alert windows. Really? A top list, well, unless they've changed something. It never used to be like that. Let me just see though. I see the collaboration. Because we've been asked that before. Oh, there again, I learn something new every single day. I could have sworn you could not put top list windows into multi-strategy windows. It was just alert windows. But I'll show you. I'll show you how to get some colors, okay? What would that look like though? I'm going to try it. I mean, you've intrigued me here. Okay, so colors. So what you do is this, once you've got all your alert windows, though a topless window, I don't see how you're going to have a color, but anyway. So oops. So you go to strategies. Okay, so you right click on your multi-strategy window, right click, hover over strategies, and then the box pops up. Hover over the first one, and then go to colors. Now you can, just play around with the foreground and background. Okay, this is an alert windows. And you can, so obviously I've got a background of green and a foreground of black. Okay, for that one. The yellow one is, again, I just have to, it says, so, you obviously pick what you want, like your color scheme, but it's just a matter of clicking on the strategies and then keep moving over until you get to colors, and then just pick. But as far as a top list is concerned, you've intrigued me here. Let me just see something though. Okay, that's what happened. You see, you can put a topless window in, but now it's not really a true top list. It's using this heart, okay, which is the heartbeat. I mean, yes, in theory you can put it in, but it's not really a topless window anymore. It's an alert window, and by default, it creates this heartbeat thing, which is updates every 5 minutes, depending. So you can take it and you can, if you want, you can add a true alert. Either new high, new low, or 5 minute, or whatever. You can add a true alert. Otherwise, you're just going to get this, and you're probably going to get inundated with alerts. Don't ask me about the heartbeat, okay? I don't mean you necessarily, Jado. It's something that's so antiquated. I'm not sure why we even have it anymore. Well, you'd have to turn it into an alert window. So you can put this in here like it is, but now you can go to configure, and now you can turn it into an alert window of some sort with either a new high or a new low, or okay, or another trigger, some kind of a trigger. But as it stands, it's really just but you see what's happening. You're just going to get inundated with alerts. So again, you can take it, right click, configure, and now add an alert. Add some alert that you might want, like a true alert. And then get rid of that heartbeat, uncheck it, and make sure you uncheck the heartbeat, uncheck it, and then add some kind of a true alert. So that you've taken, that's a way of taking a top list and turning it into an alert window. So I'm still right in terms of, yeah, in theory you can do it, but it doesn't make sense to do it unless you turn it into, have a true trigger. Hey guys, I'm the only thing I'm in right now is LL. I'm just waiting to see if it has any sort of a. I already took some out around the 1560 mark. I'm just waiting to see if it gets back over 1550. In which case, I'll probably vacate the rest. Otherwise, I'm just going to see. I mean, I got down to. In fact, I really should have been paying more attention. I probably should have taken some more out down here, but. Shady and Para. Let's see what Para is doing. Para. Paramount Global. Is this a spin-off or something? Or is this a true IPO? So waiting to see if those three really cheap IPOs actually launched this week. Viacom. Okay, it came off Viacom. Thank you. I thought it was a spin-off of some sort. Oh, it's Viacom's new symbol. Really? Oh, did not know that. Cool. So it looks like so now, but I'm glad we've still got the position and lifetime range. Yeah, see, it says 43%. So it is still taking into account that it was Viacom before, VIAC before. Otherwise, you'd look at this and go, well, wait a minute. The high looks like 30. It's at 28. How can that be only 43% above the all-time low? So that's the clue that says, hey, this was just a new symbol. But you can't fool us. We knew you were a lot higher at one point. That was from FinViz, Wolfhound. Okay, FinViz. And it's free. You just have to go to FinViz and do a one of the searches. I think is in insiders. I think. I'd like to see us have. Well, I know we used to have an insiders tab, but it was the data was not current enough. So. And we do want to add it back with current data, kind of like the FinViz, but it's there's just other things going on with the company that it's not a priority. Yeah, lowering the prices, yes, on an annual. Well, I mean, there's Russia, Ukraine, inflation. Take your pick. But I'm no expert. Okay, I mean, all I can do is, I mean, everybody's talking about Russia, Ukraine. of course, but also inflation. It's not going away. There's no such thing as, how long this sort of cycle. I mean, all I can say is this, is that bear markets don't seem to have the same longevity as they used to. And I'm talking years and years ago. You could be in a bear market for years. The markets are react very quickly now. You can have a bear market for call it a bear, a downward selling pressure for 3 weeks, and all of a sudden, boom, everything's back to normal. I'm not saying that's going to happen now, but it's not like the old days. And I'm talking, 10, 15, 20 years ago when, you'd be in a bear market and every single, like a year after year after year selling. But more like drips. Now we're having boom down and maybe a bit of a pop up. So, but there's no such thing as, is how long this is going to last. Nobody knows. You've got to be able to, if you can't short, if it's because of your broker, okay, I mean, that's an issue, obviously. But if you won't short because you don't know how to or you don't understand it, I don't know what to say. And you got the right port set up, Denver? You got the you've absolutely got the right port. Now, are you talking about paper trading or are you talking about connecting to your live account? Okay. And you've got the right port selected? Whatever it is, 79, whatever that port is. Okay. Now the other thing is you have to go to your account. You have to select the right account now. So for instance, if I went to the if I went to the AI trades or AIs, just a second here. Okay, so if I go here, to any, I have to make sure, and I don't think you're talking specifically the AI, but you have to go where it says account, you have to make sure you're connected. Where it says account, and you'll have to select IB. That might be a step you're not doing. Otherwise, if that's not the issue, yeah. See, I'm not connected live, but I mean, to me, it should be right here. So, for instance, if I sorry guys, if I disconnect, okay, this is what it's going to say, okay, not connected. Now, I'm assuming when you click on live, it's then going to say select account. And then when you select account, more than likely, it probably says Interactive Brokers or something like that. Okay, now I'm obviously in simulation mode, so that's why this pops up. Okay, so my guess is it's right here in this account, in that account section, and you just click on it. All right, but you must be able to click on it. When you click on it again, does it not give you an option to like Interactive Brokers? If not, I know Chris will know. So if that's not the issue, Just go to the home page. Oh, well, there you go. It's 74.96 for live, Pepe. Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. Your 74.97 is paper trading. So there you go. You've connected to the wrong port if you're trying to trade live. You're reading, are you seeing that, Denver? And then I'm pretty sure you do have to select the account when it says account. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Obviously, I don't use this to trade, okay? So otherwise I would have known immediately, but the port number and all that. But once you set it up, of course, I may still not have known because if I would have set it up years ago. I might have forgotten, but it's all in the video. Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can still go into your broker, into IB, and trade without, even if you've got it connected. This is just, but that in theory defeats the purpose. If you've got it connected, I guess it means you want to use this to trade. But I'm assuming you could still go right into your order entry in Interactive Brokers and trade if you don't want, even if you are connected. Well, we don't see anybody's account, Vicky. We see nobody's account, okay, if they're trading. And we don't recommend, I have no idea if anybody is successful pure auto trading. My guess is no, but we don't see anybody's account. Yeah, so FIFA, they are going to be improved into more or less a tick by tick chart, okay? Right now, you're right, it is about a 7-second, call it a delay. I don't call it quite a delay. When you click on an alert, it is real time, okay? The issue is that it takes about 6 or 7 seconds to refresh, okay? Which sounds horrible, right? It sounds absolutely ridiculous. But remember, I am a day trader. And I haven't talked about this for a while, but when they introduced charts, I don't know how many years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I can't even remember when, because they went a long time without having any charting. And they said, well, you know what, the charts are going to refresh. When you click on an alert, it'll be real time, but they'll refresh in 6 or 7 seconds. I said, well, that's insane. Insane. So I said, okay, well, let's test it out. I think I had eSignal at the time, and I put my eSignal's charts right beside the Trade Ideas charts, and I wanted to see what sort of difference it made to me for my trading. And what I found, in very, very rare circumstances, it made no difference at all. Or actually, I should rephrase that. It was very rare that it made any difference at all. The reason being is that when I click on an alert, yes, I see the chart, I see everything, but now my focus is on my order entry, okay, in Interactive Brokers. And I'm watching the time and sales, and I'm watching to see what's happened. I've already ascertained whether or not does it make sense for me to take the trade based on, the other patterns. And so I'm not focused anymore on looking at the chart, if that makes sense. Right, because I'm focused on my order entry. So it really, I couldn't believe it. I honestly couldn't believe it because I said, well, I'm not going to use it if I can't, if it's a deterrent to my trading. I just found it made no difference. Having said all that, they are going to improve it to that it's about, well, basically it'll be virtually a tick by tick. Okay? But believe me, I would not have used it. I would not have used it. And I spent 2 weeks. I spent about 2 weeks. That's when I used to have eSignal, and I couldn't believe how little difference it made. Yeah, I can't do it, Bjorn. Unfortunately, we're not good at comparing previous candles, okay? On a 1 minute anyway. You can compare, say, volume 1 minute over compared to the previous 5 minutes and things like that, but not compared directly to the previous 1 minute candle. Can't do it. But I mean, my way of thinking is that use the volume. I mean, if you just use the volume, well, I mean, I use it to my advantage. I just use the volume 1 minute filter and I put some big number on it. So what would happen is, on a 1 minute chart or a 2 minute chart, whatever that, well, of course, I guess on a 1 minute you can't. I don't think we got, I don't think we have the volume 1 minute. No, we do. Okay, we do have volume 1 minute. Of course we do. What am I saying? I'm sorry. So volume 1 minute. So if you use that filter, add the filter, and put some big number in, I guarantee you on the 1 minute you'll see some big volume burst, and it should be really dramatic, like right there, compared to the previous ones. That's what I do, and I find it works great. And you can just experiment with whatever percent you're going to use. Yeah, that is percentage based. Okay, and it's percent, volume 1 minute percent. So for instance, if you put 1,000% in here, you should see some very dramatic looks, in a 1 minute chart. It is percentage based. It's not volume based. It's percentage based. For instance, I've got my, what scan do I have? Well, here, if I look at this one, for instance, if I go to a new and dock channel bar and take a look at the momentum scan, because that's what you really want, right? No, it's today, but you'll see it. I mean, just try it, okay? You'll see big differences. You'll see a big volume burst, and you'll look at the previous 1 minute candles, and you'll say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Or are you? But just try it. Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's on. That's why. So, for instance, in this momentum scan summary, you see the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. Yes, is it looking at a lot of, not necessarily just today, but I guarantee you're going to see some big volume pops that will look great just looking at today. Okay? Just try it. And you can experiment with that number. You want to put 2,000 in. Okay? And that is a percent. Because every time I've seen, some kind of a volume pop, it usually is, I can see a big difference. Now, it's a daily chart, of course, but I can see a big difference compared to the previous ones. And I go, okay. Yeah, that you can't do. Okay, Bjorn, that is something that we cannot do. But again, try that filter. Just try it and see the sort of alerts you're getting. Look at LL. My goodness, this is really getting interesting. I thought that was going to be it, but maybe not. There again, my fantasy area would be down to 15. Just try it, Bjorn, okay? You might be surprised. And we have a halt. The MTD, well, I don't know what the heck is happening here. AMTD just got halted. Where is that William? So very upset with you telling me not to short this until it hit the 5 minute. I got above the 5 minute Bollinger Band for skin. I'm very upset with you. But in all seriousness, this has just been a great short off that 18. Boy, this is just turning into. Anybody else take this short? This is. Excuse me, if you did, this is the area to be truly aware of. That 15 on that 15-minute chart, a lot of action right around 15. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but too bad we're not getting any tops from Zach Scan. I'm sure they'd be pretty awesome. My old the option scanner. Now, actually, I haven't even looked on the way down though. I probably should be looking on the way down more. 1104, 1173, 1973, 51. No, It's funny how these things can go in cycles. Now, I would not have thought that anything would really work. The option scanner that I used to love on the way up, there were two on the way down that would have worked okay, but just not as dynamic. I mean, it's just amazing how these things can go in cycles. All right, we're going to take a look at FSLY. Again, if this market continues to move down, this FSLY, I only made a little bit on this short, but it's pretty choppy. I guess I'll just have to forget about it. Pretty choppy. Okay, this resumed. I don't understand this one at all. This AMTD. All right, guys. Well, not getting too much more action other than watching LL as it creeps closer and closer to 15. That's a great little break here. I'm off that 1550, a little break down. I took some out at 1560. I was all set to get out at 1550, but then it surprised me and moved down. So again, 15 would be awesome if it got down there. Is there a reason my charts aren't changing today? They are. You must be stuck. You might have to do a refresh. They are changing. So you might have to do a refresh. There's a sneaky one, the CWH. I mean, it is another earnings play, and it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Didn't love it. Well, if you were in LL and skin, you wouldn't be saying that. You were in skin. You're just on the wrong side of it. All right, guys. Time is it? It's 2:19. So another 45 minutes of my being live on the mic, and then I'll put myself on mute. I'll always come back if there are questions. The room will be open until 3:30. Then at 3:30, you can head over to our YouTube room. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Russia again. YNDX. What a few months this one has had. All right, guys, I've got an issue trigger finger right here on the LL. See if it's going to really be able to take out 15 right there. I mean, there's a big, in my opinion anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes where the lows are right around 15. So that might be it. Though we are starting to get across. Look at that cross on the 5-minute chart, 1586 for LL. I haven't talked about crosses. I haven't talked about crosses too much, but you know, there's a cross. There's that 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. What are my thoughts about UPST? Okay, guys, I've covered most of the LL. I just have my doubts it's going to get through the 15. Okay, got down to 15. What did it get to? 1507. So I've covered most of my LL now. Now I can take a look at UPST. Well, you would if you're. I mean, it looks like there's some support around 100, maybe. I don't know. But I mean, this has just been ever since earnings, the 15th. So I had a little pop on earnings, a little glimmer of hope, but it's just been selling off with the market. But I mean, here is where there may be some support, between 100 and 106, I guess. But I'm just looking at the market. I mean, it's indiscriminate unless it's an energy play. And energy plays are the only ones that are really holding up. Sorry, guys, I'm just rearranging a couple of things. My other monitor. Meanwhile, boy, this ASAN has just been. It's all this in the pre-market, and that CEO buying. I don't get it. AMTD halted again. Yeah, I don't. I mean, this is obviously something to do with, I guess, Ameritrade, but I guess. Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. AMT International acquires MA. So I'm sorry. Don't. Investment holding company. Hong Kong. And halted again. You're right. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Boy. What was last month's low? The low was 420.76, so it's getting closer to last month's low. You know, we get a big red candle tomorrow. Look out below on the SPY and the market. Oh, is it really? Wow. Yikes. Look at, yeah, I don't, it can't be, okay? It can't be. Something else I think went on here. I don't know if this, traded or there was I don't want to say dividend or something like that. I cannot believe this is a true drop. Yeah, because this is 2020, okay? And then this candle right there is 2022. So this is not truly what happened. Well, guys, I could have shorted this one. I didn't. I did not short this one, the CWH. It was pick, pick whatever one you want to short. I'm amazed that this STRN is just doing absolutely nothing. All right, guys, 2:30, so about half an hour left for me and the mic. Well, these gap up and reverse, the gap up and reverse was gold all day. You get a market like this, oh man. Another one that is just screaming down. RCII. RCII, is this an earnings play? Another earnings play? Reap it while we can, guys. I mean, you know, earnings, let me just check. I want to see how many companies release next week. So this week, wow, this week we have 700 companies releasing in a short week. Also, 700 companies releasing this week. Okay, huge week for earnings. And as William said, a whole bunch probably after hours. And so tomorrow and Friday we'll be very active. Next week. Next week we're down to about 400. Still pretty good. And I guess I should hop back into the FSLY. I didn't. But at this point, you know, you could probably pick just about any stock and short it. Almost. Yeah, if it were only that easy, yes, exactly. I mean, but almost. I mean, I'm just looking at the things that I'm seeing anyway. Until this market stops selling, I mean, you know, it's very difficult to find anybody who wants to buy any sort of a bounce. I mean, this is the only, look at this AMTD. So this is the only one that is, you know, has sort of soared in the last little while. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so there is your news. Earlier successful completion of the purchase of majority stake in AMTD Digital. Okay, so I guess there's your news for it. Whoa, look at this. Is that right? Popped up to 543. No, not anymore, Ram. I was earlier taken out for a small gain. Boy, look at this AMTD. This is definitely bucking the trend. To make money. Why would you waste time? Because if I could have got in at 4:30 and it's now $1 more, that to me is a great time waster. Just a minute, please. Well, that woke me up. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on this thing. I mean, if this thing bases, it keeps basing here at 540 or so, and the volume keeps increasing. I mean, this might be over now, but I'm going to stick an alert up here around 545 and just see if it takes that out later on. Well, that was quick. Is that right? No, I see what's happened. So the spread has really increased. 531, 556 now. It's really increased. 550, 565 now. 553, 565 now. Oh, okay, guys. I mean, this is ripping here. Be careful, but it's ripping. We're talking about AMTD. I couldn't get the fill I wanted. Son of a... I don't know if they're becoming Schwab. I have no idea. I mean, you're talking... This is not... I don't... I mean, I may be completely wrong. It looks like this is Ameritrade, but... I don't know what it is. Okay. No. I'm trying to go long. I can't short it. There's no shorts available. But I didn't get the fill I wanted. It's come back down, but, you know, I'm now a little bit... You know, I would have loved to... I was trying to get a fill around 550. Yeah, it's a Hong Kong... Yeah, it is Hong Kong. So it's not... It is not... It just looks like it's Ameritrade. Whew. Anyway, that got the blood going. Yeah, but it's not really a gap. I mean, this is 2020. Okay, that's 2020. That's a candle of 2020, and this candle here is a 2022. So this is not really. I think I think what happened is probably it stopped trading as AMTD here, and then I don't know, reorganization or something, or this new company and took that symbol. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that is not a true. I mean, it looks like a gap, but you just have to look. I mean, that's the last candle is 2022 here. The next one is 2020. I'm sorry, 2020. The next candle here is in 2022. So you don't have that on your. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Whatever it is, it's rocking. Right. Go, go, go. Get over 6. Pure scalpage here, guys. Pure scalpage. Whew. Meanwhile, RCII, FSLY, RUSL, so many just getting hit. Look at, I mean, this is amazing. Not amazing. I mean, seen this before, but I mean, look at this. The SPY. That looked like a glimmer of hope about an hour up. And then since then, it's just been, other than that little rest here, just sell, 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 sell. Off the top of my head, I do not know. In terms of how much the Nasdaq is down. Well, let's take a look at the Qs. Ah, come on. Oh, sorry, I've got something open on another monitor. Well, there was the high right up here, 411, and now we're down to 330. That's on the Qs, so yeah. Well, position. You're right. Position in the year range is 30%. But just look here. I mean, wow. 411 down to 331. So that's about what, 25%? And we've actually got a cross forming on the monthly chart. The 80 EMA crossing the 20 SMA on the monthly chart. Look out if that happens. Thank goodness my wife's company is still holding. It's not, it hasn't gone crazy yet. Yeah, these construction companies, Stantec and ACM, big one in the States, ACOM, they haven't been like really thumped. Well, guys, 247. Ah, man, in LL, I'm not in it anymore, but it looks like it is taking out that 15 now. I'm not in it anymore, but if anybody who persevered. Yeah, in 2000 when the NAS hit about 5,500 or so, 5,400, and then it astonishingly, for you talk about a bear market, that was for tech. What did it get down to about 600? All right, guys, I'm just having fun here. I mean, as much fun as I can with this AMTD. This is just quick in and out, quick in and out. What time is it? 2:48, okay. Oh, can we get one more big pop here? Big poppy. Whew. Okay, guys, it's about 10 minutes. I'll be putting myself on mute. I'll still be here. If you have any questions, I can get on the mic, but basically put myself on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. Another one, Max. I don't know anything about this one, Max. Looks like this could have been an IPO back here. Max, lifetime low now, Max, and it's there. I don't know if it's, no, it won't be the first time it's released earnings, but actually releases earnings after hours tomorrow. Feel sorry for any company releasing earnings, even if they're good. Look at Macy's yesterday, looked pretty good. No, this is insane. This AMTD, guys, is life of its own right now. I mean, the rug will get pulled at some point, I guess, but I have to watch this one tomorrow because a lot of people will look at this and say, wow, it must be a huge gap. I mean, I just don't believe it. I don't know. I don't. William, you were saying you don't see that? Let me go to a daily chart or a monthly chart for this one. See, I'm looking at an IB chart. I don't see. Looks to me like it started trading as that on the on 2019, August of 2019. Anyway, whatever it is, it has injected a little bit of fun into the end of the day. Yeah, that's what I saw. 8619. Okay. Man, look at LL now. Ha! Certainly wrong about that. No, I mean this could. Nothing would surprise me. This could go negative. I mean, if this selling keeps going, this could go negative. I mean, I know it's up 10% still, but remember this was up at 16 something, so it's dropped about $1.20 or 30 from the highs. Oh, jeez, I can't get over this AMTD out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Oh, can you get through 7? Yep. Well, why not? Why don't I put an alert a little above? Oh, it's got halted. Okay. Let's see where it could open. So let's see, guys. I want to see the first time we saw this one because it's not showing up in any one of these scans. I don't think. Yeah. The reason being is that the relative volume is not that high, okay? So where it showed up, first time for me, was here in the halts, 456. That's the first time I saw it. Now, somebody else may have seen it earlier, but I did not see it because, again, the relative volume, it's picking up, but it was actually pretty low. So most of my scans are usually around a minimum of 3. Sometimes, certainly here, it's not going to show up because the relative volume has to be 8. But, you know, lots of different ways to pick things up. And boom, right there, 210, 456, halted. So after that, the fun and games. Well, 258, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put my message in here, as of course I'm going to have to watch the AMTD. And where's my little message bar? There we go. Okay, so I will be on mute, but I can always hop back on if need be. Somebody has a question that needs me to that has to be answered via mic. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. Okay, let me try to help you there. You're talking about not seeing the out-of-the-box screens like Fang and Friends, S&P 500, etc. I don't know how to answer that because I mean, if you're on the latest beta, and you click on Dock Channel Bar, what are you seeing? You're not seeing Fang and Friends. This is all the stock racing. You're not seeing this? S&P 500, you're not seeing it? Because the latest beta definitely has all this, so I'm not sure why you're not seeing it. So what are you seeing? Are you seeing some channels? Just not these ones? And when you say you're on the latest beta, so the latest beta from our website is what, point 0.6? See, I'm on a development version, so I can never tell. I have to go to the our home page. So you're on 5.5.67. That's what it says. 5.5.67. When you click on Help and About, that's what you see, 5.5.67. I am stumped on that one because that is just part of our 100%. I'm not doubting it, but so what do you see after Holly AI? Oh, okay. Well then, so after Holly AI, what do you see? You see pre-market? You're missing these three? Oh, you were able to see it earlier. Okay, that's going to be okay. Hopefully somebody in tech can help you because I can't. I can't. Because this is a but this is when you say upgraded. I mean, if you have the latest beta, I mean, where does it jump from Holly AI? Then what is does it jump down to the pre-market and you're missing these three? Stock racing, Fangs and Friends, and price and volume. Okay, but I am on the latest beta also. Okay, I am on the latest beta. It's the same version as you've got. It's on a development version, but I mean it's in essence the same. And you know, obviously, I'm seeing them. What my question is still, you have it. You do see the channel bar. What is after Holly AI? What's next on the list? You can see my screen, right? Because it goes Holly AI, then there's these three stock racing channels, and then pre-market. Wall Street bets. Ah, are you in the dock? You're in the channel bar, I'll bet. Yeah, okay, that's okay, good. You got to click on new and docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. I don't know, I wish they would get rid of this. This is the old channel bar. I don't know why they still have it, but if you click on docked, okay, click on docked channel bar. Okay? You've clicked on channel bar, and yes, it goes Holly, then Wall Street bets. But if you click on docked channel bar, you'll see it. Okay. Yeah, I wish they'd get rid of the old channel bar. It has some scans in, or some setups that, I guess people might still want, but that's the reason. Okay, good. See this just for a second here. I want to see what is in here. Okay, so I guess there's some channels in here that aren't in here, and these can't be docked for some reason. I guess that's the word I'm getting, but I haven't looked at this forever. Not really, JP. I used to pay a little more attention to the counts, okay? I know I have some columns that have counts in them, but I used to pay a little more attention to it. I used to always say, okay, I need 30, 35. But I actually, to be honest, I haven't looked at the counts for a long, long time. Most of the time, the things I'm looking at are going to have a lot of new highs being made or new lows being made. So it's really, for me, it's really not that relevant anymore. I see what I do have the counts here. There are some scans that I used to have that said maybe a minimum of 40 but you can see right here. I mean, most of them are all going to be over 40 anyway. So. Well, I was using the count as just something that, it's just another way of looking at momentum. A stock that keeps making, if it's not making new high after new high, then it may not be, for me anyway, it may be something I don't even want to look at because it's not active enough. So the count was just another way to take a look at a stock that has a lot of momentum. And so if it's very low on the count, I mean, it probably is going to be something that I'm not interested in. Because most of the things that I see are going to have high counts. For instance, if a stock, I'll do an exaggeration. A stock goes from 10 to 11, okay, just like that. It gaps, and then it sits there. So it's up 10%, okay, but it's a count of 1, and it just sits there forever. I'm not interested, even though it's up 10%. So I want, for me, but again, I'm not really paying that much attention to the count. I know that most of these stocks that I see are making either new high after new high after new high, or new low after new low after new low all day long. And that's what I want.
All right, everybody. A couple of minutes late, I apologize. We were in a Twitter Spaces today. Had a good crowd and some good stuff going on in there. Um, just talking markets with some different traders. Some of us among them, and anybody that's here and you ever want to join us in those Twitter Spaces. It's not just us talking or discussing things. We love to bring up guests, anybody with some thoughts, and whether it's counter to what we're being discussed or things that they're seeing that maybe they think we're overlooking or anything like that. Just traders trying to talk and throw some ideas out there and make sense of this crazy world we call the stock market. So always good stuff. So obviously you need a Twitter account, and you could always message us or anything like that to get involved. We do that every Wednesday. We've been doing. I think we're going to keep it consistent like that at 3 o'clock Eastern. Go for about half an hour. So, all right. With all that said, I got these races here running. Been kind of a weird day again, and got the SPY chart up here, and we're a big, our big topic, our lead topic was, is dip buying done, and I was, we were discussing, we haven't had any big capitulation. There's been no real violent selling. What we've had is, we had this sell off and we moved up and we just continue to grind down. We were discussing how that's just the most demoralizing way, especially, for newer traders or newer participants that have been conditioned that every time, look, here's COVID, and we moved back and basically wiped out COVID here. A dip, it was bought. A dip, it was bought. A dip, it was bought. And we just continued. That little dip was bought. That little dip was bought. That little dip was bought. These little dips, every one of them have been bought. That's not the case right now. That's not to say that we can't in 3 or 4 weeks end up there, but it has not been the case. And so we're just discussing how demoralizing it is. How many people might have seen this happening yesterday, this move, and all of a sudden, um, next thing you know, boom, sell off right into the close. And we gapped up today, and we sold right off, and we moved up, and we continued to sell off, and this is completely the opposite of what has been happening since, let's say, March or April of 2010, I guess we could say there. So, anyways, just thoughts about the winds changing, revision to the mean, and stocks don't always go up and things of that nature. So, let's see, who you tell whoever I recommend the team put on sidecar door in the red race that the cars won would be better than at the finish line. Send that in, Justin. I like that idea. I bet Dan will like that too. Send that in here. Info at trade-ideas.com. Send that in there as a feature request, and I'll make sure that gets passed along for you. It's better when it comes from you folks. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it pulls more weight. It pulls more weight when users are asking for things than when us internally are asking for things. We mostly get a yeah, okay, but when users get asked, it all gets logged and put together for the dev team. So that's interesting. I like that. Yeah, I like that. So all right, that's that. What else do we do here? So interesting. This was that wacky stock yesterday. Holly tried to short it and got pounded into the sand. Of course, today's a better, well, it was a better day from Holly. I don't know if it still is or not. Did I get rid of Holly? What did I do with Holly? There you are. All right, so it was let's call it a risk-off day for Holly, or a conservative mode day for Holly. We can see, look, all these profit saves mostly look like they worked out here. I mean, went negative, went negative, went negative, and by quite a bit too. So interesting that she protected herself that way. I think after this hit the target, kind of just hung around where it is. This thing has been fire, and we've had some of these here, up and down throughout the day. So, anyways, but if you notice, short, working the best. This is a short that worked out well. Another short that, was looking good for a moment there. And that's kind of what's happening here. So we'll see. Holly's never seen a bear market. We'll see what happens there. But just kind of going over some names that are showing up on my races towards the end of the day here. Now my races are geared more towards bullish items. I'd never ran a race bearish. Might have to start looking at that soon. I've never been much for shorting stocks. I've still been able to pick some okay day trades early in the day over the last few weeks. But you never know when that ends. And the more arrows you have in your quiver, the better. Any way to know time on the last bar? Are you talking about on the races, like how much time is left till you get to the end of the races, or no, you're talking about charts, right? Yeah, no way to know on the chart. We don't have a timer on the chart, unfortunately. There's no internal clock that's here. Might be something that would be nice to have too. I'm not sure the logistics of how that could happen because I don't think we can put an internal clock on each chart. I don't know if that's possible. So the only way I'd have to share with you at the moment is just having the having that there. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, look again. I'd say K2 throw that in to the info at. Um, can't hurt. I always say, I don't, some things that I think that would be easy for us to do are hard for us to do, and some things that I would have thought that were hard for us to do ended up being easy for us to do. So it just shows my, unfortunately to say, lack of knowledge when it comes to developmental things in this whole thing. So let's see, hi Chris, if you don't mind, I need help with a gap down consolidation scanner as a swing trading. We can work on something like that, absolutely. All right, so now what I want to know is, do you want actual gap or do you want change from close? Because I always do this, and it's no knock on anybody. I think they're just for some reason I've come across so many people that have a disconnect between gap and change from close. So gap meaning, and while this is a gap up, but gap meaning this is what a gap is. This is where the stock closed. Or actually, this is where the stock closed, and this is where it opened, and that never calculates again after the open. That's it. That's what your gap is. Or do you want change from close, meaning we move down, because change from close continuously calculates as the day goes on. And so are you looking for something that moved down, all right, after the open, consolidated, and that's what you're looking for? Because I think, like I said, a lot of people I think have a misconception with gap. Gap is a static thing. Once the gap happens, that's the end of it. It doesn't calculate anymore. It's just a day-to-day change. It's closed to open price change. That's all the gap is. It's not, the gap doesn't calculate what happened here anymore. Just what happened from that close to this open. That's it. So let me know there, and we'll build this together. We'll build something together. So we'll go alert window anyways. We'll start at alert window. We'll see if we need to change over to a top list or not. And let's start with some basic stuff. So let's go with volume today because we want to make sure we look at liquid stuff, so we can start with some of the basics. So all right, gap down for sure, gap. Perfect. All right, so volume. Let's just start there and then we'll head to gap. And we got to decide what gap percent do we want. Do we want to look at a 1% gap, a 10% gap? But let's start with volume and make sure we're kind of working, with so volume shares today. All right, so let's add that filter to make sure we look at stuff kind of liquid. 125 has been my kind of go-to number. Press OK there. Window specific filter. Keep happy trigger on the on the OK button. So all right, we've got that there. Now let's go relative volume, or not relative volume, excuse me, gap. All right, and unless you give me a gap percent you want specifically, I'm going to arbitrarily throw in a gap percent of, let's see, let's use the show me function because I always have trouble with this one. No, you want a gap down, so let's go with a minimum of 2%. So show me stocks where the open was at least 2% below the close. All right, so that's what we've got going on so far. Let's get rid of some of these. Now if you're looking for something swing trading, I'm guessing you don't really want, you don't need relative volume, because if you're holding it for a couple of days, if you're planning to hold something for a couple of days, I don't think that you really care what the volume does today, other than that you have something generally liquid. And what I mean by that is, we could take relative volume and we could stick any number in there, but it's relative to that stock, so you throw a relative volume of 5 and something's only trading, 1 share a day, well, then something that trades 5 shares a day would make that cut. So I think, trying to cut things out that way doesn't make quite as much sense as maybe you want something more on the, let's see, volume average for a certain amount of days. And while we build this, are you looking to swing trade this down? You're looking to short it and hold the short? Or are you looking for something that gapped down, consolidated, and looks to move back up as a hold? Because that'll affect some of my thought process and what we're doing here. So, trying to think of something, we want to see stuff that's been kind of liquid. Maybe we're throwing in a 10-day average volume. I'm going to throw that in there, and we're going to proceed like that for now anyways. Let's go with, again, an arbitrary number. Let's go with 750,000 shares traded on the day. So we want to make sure, just in case something is dropping off that volume today, we've got this volume to back up this volume here. All right. And again, I'm going to put some arbitrary number of a minimum of $8 for a price. And if you don't like any of these numbers, jump out there at me and let me know, and we'll switch it up. So, all right, I'm gonna keep at what I'm at then. So, all right, we're looking at $8. We've gapped down 2%. Now we got to find that consolidation, right? And how long do we want to consolidate for? So let's go with we're trying to consolidation. So. Can a top list be made? Show stocks with news. No, we don't have a news filter, so no news filter, no building a scan based on news. I mean, I would say this, generally speaking, stocks that have high relative volumes have news. So you could kind of use a relative volume as a news substitute. All right, sorry. Range. So, how long do you want this range to go on for? What kind of consolidation are we looking to do? Or do we want change? How much time are we looking to consolidate here? 60-minute range, maybe let's do a 60-minute range. We'll give it a max of 1%. That's what I want to do? There's no more than 1%. I think that kind of consolidates us well. I mean, we could always do this consolidation. I believe we have a consolidation filter. So here we go. We have, consolidation in days or position consolidation. So there's a lot that's left to interpret here with what we're trying to build. And, we won't know the results of the scan until it runs for several days. So, all right, so we'll give it a 60-minute range of 1% like I just did there. All right, so, we're now looking at stocks that are at least $8, traded at least 125,000 shares today. They gap down 2%. They have to have an average 10-day of 750,000 shares. And they have a 60-minute range right now of 1%. So if there's something we don't like in here, let me know, stop me, we can readjust. And, just looking at some of these consolidation items here. There's consolidation alerts, and we do have to decide on an alert here. So perhaps, but these consolidation alerts are more, they're more conducive to day trading, I would say, in general. So I'm reading this, looking for some will gap, I'm guessing up after consolidation. So you're looking for stocks to essentially, you're trying to find something that, gaps down, consolidates, and then gaps up, because that we're not going to be able to do. We can't find a gap down today that's gapping up tomorrow. So, we have to work with what happened today and look for it leading into tomorrow is what I would say. So I'm going to go with, if your idea is kind of like a horseshoe up, kind of like what I've just drawn there, then I think maybe we try a 30-minute consolidation breakout. Let's add that alert. And I don't think I want to give it a filter. Let me double check if I want to give this a filter or not. The filter, what I mean is this here, because these are alert filters, not your Windows specific filters. I forget what the alert filter means on that. Alright, so how far, this will mean how far above the last print it is in dollars that we want for that breakout. So I'm going to leave it blank. I'm going to let the algo determine that on its own. Alright, so, did I select that? Nope, hide unused. So, alright, this is what we're looking at right now. Let's just, let's take it and see what it's, if it's returned anything today. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to, we're not going to name it for a second here. We've done this, and I hate when that happens. There, no harm, no foul. Keep in mind, we've built this, and, this is showing no alerts for today. Let's go with history and go with all. And we're, keep in mind, we are not in a swing traders market for several weeks now. Not even a little bit. Generally speaking, all right? And this is how I want to illustrate that. There is no buy and hold like this that works very well right now, even more illustrated, I think, here with this RSP, all right, knowing that now we're looking at equally weighted S&P 500. So it's not just the S&P, it's 4 stocks that are dragging it up or down. No, the market is doing this overall. The market is chopping and slopping really hard overall, and one more chart just to show it. So, but here we go, just, real ugly stuff. And this is just not conducive to swing trading. But let's take a look at, some stuff that's come through it recently. And if nothing else, behind the exercise of this is to point ideas that you can, take and say, oh, I wouldn't have thought of building a scan that way, or I never saw that filter before, or I never thought of this alert before, and, taking it and doing it like that. So let's take a look. FXI, that's China large cap. Nope, garbage. DBX, Dropbox, nope. So look, what we're finding is, this here, it made that gap down. We had that consolidation period. It looked like it was trying to poke through the consolidation and failed. All right. So the scan is finding things that we want, but we're not getting follow through on it. All right. We got our gap down. We consolidated. All right. We made a move up and right back down again with the rest of the market. So we're finding things that we want. We're finding some patterns, but what we're not getting is follow through to the upside. We're getting follow through to the downside. Again, we can see the same thing here. We made that gap down. All right. We had a consolidation. All right. We made a move up. Move up failed. Whoop, actually, this is going back a few days now. Let's head back. So K-Web. All right, again, same thing here though. All right, scan's doing exactly what we wanted to. We made that move down. We consolidated. All right, we broke consolidation, but it had no follow through again. So again, scan is pointing us at the things we want to see. All right, we're not getting what we want out of the results, so unfortunately, again, the gap down. All right, nope, that was at an end of the day even. We continue to move back. So here we go. We got our gap down. All right, we got that consolidation and the consolidation breakout eventually. All right. So scan is pointing us towards things. I don't know what the results might be. All of a sudden, if we get in a tape that's more favorable to swing trading, this may actually be something. Hard to really know. Hard telling, not knowing, as the saying goes. Now, we didn't over optimize this at all, so I'm just going to mess around and do a back test on it real quick. Let's go with a 9:45 start, and let's go with a 4 o'clock end time for this, and we're going to time exit because you said you wanted swing trading, so let's go with at market open, and let's go with 2 days after 2 days on market open. And I didn't mean to do that yet. And I'm going to open it all the way up to, right now we can go back 62 days. And the reason why I want to go all the way back is because I want to go back in market time and see what this looked like before, the market kind of looked like this chop and slop mess, and see if there was a time in the past when the market was trending a little more that this did look okay. So this isn't where I want to look for. I'm going to show you what I want to look for as this rounds out. Interesting numbers coming through here. Not something I would have expected. So very interesting. So it gave us 260 trades, 60% winners. Nice average win-loss ratio. So I just wondered, do we have something here? Nope. And that's the trick right there, folks. One day made this entire scan happen. All right, all the rest of this, look at that. So literally one day made this scan. All right. But we can take and mess around with these things like this. It's very interesting. Funny how that works out like that. Usually when I see a big spike on an equity curve like that, I figure it's going to be 1 or 2 days that make it. And, now we're grinding this way. But again, let's see, how far back do we go on the data of this? So, the earliest that we're finding here is, going back to these days here, and just not a whole lot that's happening. Now, we did some specific things in this back test, and, without going down too much rabbit hole on back testing and things like that, we can mess around on the timed exit here. Does it look better if we just hold it for a day? All right, so day after tomorrow, and simulate buy and see if that changes anything. And again, we have to keep in mind the tape that we're in right now is simply not conducive if this is a swing long. Now, I'm curious, if we sell this short, what happens? And we're going to do that as an exercise in a moment too. And call it, a false breakout on that 30-minute consolidation alert. So same kind of idea if we did the same thing. All right, one day makes the whole scan. But now what happens on a reverse side of this, just for fun? Let's back test the strategy here, and let's simulate it as a sell. And let's go back to a 2-day sell. All right. And so again, just take a moment here. We're at 50, 60, 70% complete, 80% complete, 90, and we're going to round it out now. So again, I think same thing. We found the same thing just on the reverse side of this. All right. Only this was a big time loser here, looking down like that. So, just kind of food for thought on the things we're building here. And again, I wouldn't put a lot of stock in what we've done as far as the back testing goes. It would be nice if it showed us maybe something, going back a little bit. But let's also, take a look here at the overall market. And again, like I said, we're looking for swing trading ideas. So let me bring up that SPY again. And, when did things start really coming unhinged for us? So look, we have this sell-off that first starts happening here, all right? And then we bounced, and we sold off, and then we bounced, and we really started to sell off, and we're really selling off now. So in all honesty, we haven't seen much in the way of trying to swing trade since this last move up here. And we could even say, was this the beginning of the winds changing? For those that, really want to, pattern recognition and things like that, and why pattern recognition is so hard. So there's what's called head and shoulders, and there's a complex head and shoulders. And a complex head and shoulders means that you have a double shoulder, then a head, then a shoulder. And right now, this worked out to be a complex head and shoulders. Hindsight, here's your neckline, all right? And head and shoulders, we're just, there we go. All right, so on that complex head and shoulders, to take it a little more textbook, we had increasing volume into that complex shoulder, all right? And we have decreasing volume out of the head and through the right shoulder. And that's as textbook as you can get for head and shoulders pattern right there. 100% textbook. And so I will just throw this out there when someone says, oh, why can't you guys just detect head and shoulders? Well, how do you do this with math? Explain to me how you do that with math. That's the problem. Everything, when you're doing pattern recognition and quant and things like that, you need math. How do you quantify something like that? Is there a simple way to ask if an SMA is an uptrend? I would say stack SMAs. Debbie would be the first thing I'd point you at. So, go to configure and search and look for the SMAs that we have. All right. And let's just make it a filter because we don't care about alerts in this case. And add some SMAs that you're interested and stack them, essentially saying, slightly above this one and slightly above that one and slightly above that one. So let's do this more as an exercise like this. Oh, hold on, let me share this out. Let me put it off history. All right, and then we'll do this the SMA, and I have two thoughts on this SMA idea here. Let's see, let's go give it a name. And then make sure, please, if it's something you want to keep, save it, because, come a day 2, 3, 4, I delete, all the extra stuff in my cloud. Gap down. Got gap down, consolidation, break out, question mark. All right. And again, if nothing else, I hope the exercise at least opened up some minds to, all right, well, it was showing me some stuff I wanted. Now, what could I add, or what could we tweak, or what could we change to get it more what I want? And again, like I'll pound the table on this one. Don't get discouraged when you're trying to build some alerts and things like that right now. Because if you're trying to go long and you're trying to make holds of longer, which it's just not there. That's all there is to it. It's just simply not the market for it. So that's that. I shared that out. Now let's do this like this. Oops, sorry, hold on. Andy is messaging me. All right, let's build this alert window out while I wait for, I have someone that's coming that has an automated question here. So let's go new, And I think a topless is better for this exercise with you there, Debbie, with the SMAs. And let's go SMA, not Sam, SMA. All right. And let's add some SMAs to it here. And let's go with just, let's start with an 8. Let's add that filter. Let's come back. Let's go to a 20. Let's add that filter. All right. Let's go back to a 50 and let's add that filter. So let's work off those 3 SMAs. All right. And we want to say, for example, we're at least a 1/4% above that, and let's say we're a 1/10% above that. No, let's go with 0.2 above that, and let's go with 0.15 above that. And I'm just kind of arbitrarily throwing some numbers here right now. Let's get rid of some noise. Let's put an 8 for a minimum here, and 125,000 shares, and let's just go with that for right now. And I don't know how much we're going to find that's really above all these SMAs or not at this point, but now, so all right, so here's some names, all right, and we had them all above this SMA. Garbage buyout, garbage buyout. This thing is spiked, but you know, it meets the requirements nonetheless. And this may be where we decide to start putting in maximum in too, so we don't see things too extended off any of these SMAs. So let's now do this, and you know, I don't have a ton of SMAs on my chart here, which doesn't help. But let's come back to the window specific filter, and let's say maybe we're not going to see anything also more than 2% above this 50 SMA. So show me stocks where it's between these two here, all right, on that. And let's see if that calms things down. That calms things down a lot on this list, all right? All right, so now we're seeing stuff that's been trending up like this, all right? And we find stuff that's been trending up the last few days. And let's keep looking, and we've been trending up, all right? And yeah, this one, you know, escapes what we just found with trends, but we found some stuff overall. Look, we're trending up. You know, here's the trend overall on this. We're trending, all right? We can call that an equilateral triangle, or not an equilateral, an isosceles triangle, or a oh my god, I need to know all this stuff for the CMT course here. A wedge, sorry. We can call that a wedge. Again, we're trending up. We're trending up the last few days on this, so I suspect, Debbie, that this is kind of the idea behind what you're looking for on this. Hopefully that's the idea. And then the next thing that I would point you towards is this, and this goes down, you know, the custom route here, and a custom formula that I built, and it's a trash formula. It never amounted to anything, but let me find what I'm trying to show you here. All right, so we come to the custom formula page. Now, a thought that I had when I was trying to build a cross scan that just never worked out is I created a custom filter with, I deleted it? I deleted it, didn't it? Oh, no, it's right there, okay. So I created this custom filter, and essentially I took this code for a 20 SMA on a 5-minute chart and this code for a 5 SMA on a 5-minute chart. And I said I wanted to see one greater than the other, essentially. What you could do is, if you look at what we have, let's come back to here, and if we come to this PDF here, let's open it in a new tab. We can look at the SMAs that we have here and try to build something like that. Or, you know, you can try to build something like that, or anybody can. So here's all of our SMAs on the different time frames and how they're broken down like that. We also have them here, different way to do these with some of the other SMAs that are not featured in what's there. So you've got 2 spots to look at these SMAs, but you can take these codes and you can say one is above another, essentially. Where are my SMAs? Did I scroll by them already? So, all right, so here's some of the other SMAs that we feature that are in here for what you're looking, you know, what we're looking for to do. I think that's it on SMAs from this one. So the rest of the SMAs are going to live in here in this PDF. And so, you know, you could take these different SMAs, all right, and, you know, you have these SMAs that are in here as well. And I think that's it on SMAs. So, you have these different items that are in here, and you can stack them that way, saying, 20 perhaps greater than 50. So, we could take this 20 SMA and copy it. All right, we can come to the formula editor and create new. And I've never really done any of this before, so I have no idea what we're going to get out of this. But this is the beauty of customs and why you can spend an entire lifetime on it. Alright, oops, get rid of that comma, and let's just save it and even see if that works. So, alright, that works, alright. This, I guess, is going to be a true-false statement, so, 20 greater than 50 SMA. Units is going to be true-false. Alright, because it's got to be true or false. Alright, and so 1 will return us things like that. We're going to save that. We're just going to plug this in and just test it out. Reset the connection, and we're going to go configure, and we're going to get rid of these filters in here like what we just did. And we're going to add that custom, and we're just going to see what it returns. And can I paste that into the chat? And yes, Andy, I'll go over auto trading in just a moment here. And search, find that custom. So there we are, 50 greater than that. We add that filter. We got to put a 1 here to make it true. All right, we've got the rest of the values that are there. And so now we're going to see anything where the 20 SMA is above the 50 SMA here, just like that too. And it's just an example of how we could take those filters that exist already and turn them into a true-false statement essentially through that. So yeah, I'll paste both those in here, and then let me elaborate on some copy. So if anybody wants those, you have to put them into your account yourself. I can't share that outright like what I was doing there. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. And if anybody wants to mess with this this cross formula that I created here, here it is. You have to give it values now to try to find those crosses. And the idea was finding a 5 SMA crossing a 20 SMA on a 5-minute chart. So, all right, that's all that. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, all right, excellent. I'm glad that worked out. So let's see. Let's go over auto trading. All right, so, as far as auto trading goes, let me bring over, auto trading is a huge rabbit hole to go down, but let's start. Andy, if you're here, can you let me know, are we auto trading Holly, or are we auto trading our own strategies? I'm going to go with Holly first, and so, and I'll deviate if there's specific stuff here, whether I, surmise that this person is here. If they are, please in the chat panel let me know. If you give me more pointed questions, I can better answer or address what you're specifically looking for, but I'm just going to cover some basics. I'll start with Holly because it's the most popular thing we get asked. So first you have, our Brokerage Plus module, and in this case I'll connect it to our simulator here. All right, and just takes a second. We're going to connect. All right. So, connect to the simulated trader here. We're looking at Holly. Holly is basic and complex at the same time for automation. The basic part is you can only set what you can set. That's it. You can't go into Holly. You can't change your strategies. You can't make up some, crazy ways you want to share size and things like that. You have the trading instructions that you can set, and that's it. The complicated way with Holly is understanding market mechanics, and that maybe today you want to run Holly one way and tomorrow you want to run her a different way. All right, so I'm going to go into some in-depth stuff about it. So here's our Holly AI tab. Each day these will all change, whatever the strategies are. There's the strategy, sorry. There's our strategy, all right? And whether they're long and short, these change each day. You have to enable each one. You do not have to do this each day, but the complicated part would be this. If you wanted to edit the long instructions every day and edit your short instructions, for this exercise I'm going to skip re-enter long and short. I think it's better to keep things basic. But so, Some people, they want to run one set of trading instructions and that's it. Some people will wake up each day and say, I want to change because the market is looking this way or looking that way. So today I want to run moderate, tomorrow I want to run conservative, so on and so forth. But we're going to dive into all this here. And we can go edit long, all right? And so first, you got to attach account here, you edit, you'll pick your account, so first we connected the broker here. And then once you're connected to the broker, all the accounts that are available through that broker that you can access will live in here. So you'll pick that account, you'll save that, all right? Then you decide, is it conservative or moderate mode, all right? Conservative essentially means obeying a set of rules for exits and entries. Or really, it's more for exits, not entries. Entry is an entry. Conservative or moderate is the same. But on the conservative, there's different rules that get us out of trades. Moderate just means I'm either holding the stock until I either get stopped out based on Holly stop, which you cannot alter Holly stop in automation. You'd have to then manually change that. Or you're holding to the end of the day, all right? And then you decide, am I going to position size based on fixed dollars? I'm buying $30 worth of stock every time, or I'm buying $500 worth of stock every time. Or are you doing it on fixed shares? I'm buying 500 shares every time, or 100 shares every time. Or are you risking a certain amount of money based on Holly stops? I'm buying risking $100, or I'm risking $500, or I'm risking $1,000 every trade based on Holly's Holly's stop, what she picked for the stop. Next, you got to figure, am I going in at a limit? Am I going at a market? You need to understand these things. You need to understand market mechanics with these things. If Holly is alerting to things that all have 10, 15, 20 cent spreads, you don't want to go in at market. You'll never be profitable like that. There's no way to know ahead of time what that's going to be, So, generally speaking, limit seems to be the more opportune way to go for this. I can't recommend someone uses limit or market, but just keep in mind, by choosing these order types, you're essentially saying, how much am I willing to give up? How much am I willing to give up on the price to get a fill? When if you decide to opt for a limit, then you have to decide, at that limit, am I willing to give up 5 cents to get into the trade? Am I willing to give up 10 cents to get in the trade? So you got to think of it in terms like this. And this is where, unfortunately, there's just no one size fits all. If Holly's alerting all stuff that's 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 stocks, giving up 10 cents probably isn't a big deal to get in. If Holly's alerting stuff that's 5, 6, 7, 10, $15, 10 cents could be a really big deal to give up 10 cents to get into that stock. And there's just no way to predict these things. So understanding your market mechanics and understanding your risk management and things like that, this is where becoming a trader comes in. And there's no machine that's going to fix this for you. Holly's got these great statistically weighted entries, over the long run. But managing to get into those entries with one size fits all automation just isn't always going to work, and that's just the nature of the business. With all that said, this is where it's all done though. So we decide how we want these things to happen on the long instructions, all right? And we'll save that when we're done. And if you save this as your default menu after that, or as your default layout, those instructions will live there forever and ever until you right click and decide to change those instructions. So again, that goes back to the complex part of setting up Holly and automation, saying, today it's been a trader's market, holding risk is working out for me great. I'm willing to give up a little bit more recently to make sure I'm getting the fills. I want to change that limit offset. Or you could say, it's been a tough market. I don't want to be giving up as much, delta or as much alpha to get into this. I want to change that limit offset. I was at 15 cents I was giving up. I want to tighten that up to 7 cents, for example, or something like that. This is where being a trader comes in. There's no substitute for it. And then we're going to do the same thing with the short instructions. We're going to right click, edit short trading instructions. All right. And we do the same thing. Are we conservative or moderate? You might say, hey, I think moderate on the short trades always seems to work out better lately, and conservative on the long trades works out better lately, or vice versa. And again, this is where being a market and human and machine come in. You got to work with it. I'll also say this for those that, are looking at automation of Holly and you can be in front of the screen most of the time, maybe you're letting her enter trades, and then afterwards you head over to the orders tab and you decide, I'm going to get rid of, I don't like the stop that Holly picked. I think I want a tighter stop than Holly, or I think I want a wider stop than Holly. You go right in here and cancel those orders, and you can, do whatever you want from there. So, hopefully I'm covering what we're looking for in this. If not, please, chime in. As I like to say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Where is Holly? Here's Holly. So, to bring this in, full fold, you might say, look, the market is weak as heck. This thing just top ticked this right here. This looks good. That target doesn't look, I want more on that target. I'm removing that target. All right. Or maybe I'm going to I'm going to remove that target and I'm going to put a sell half order here instead and let this work. This is where human machine works so much better than just machine by itself or just human by itself. I could do this with a number of these trades. All right. Again, we could look at this right here. All right. Another great call here. All right. Holly, and you could say, you know what? I don't like that stop. That stop is too tight. I want to go to the high of the day for yesterday's stop. Or you could say that stop is too far up for me. I want to use this point from yesterday when it tried to rally. I want to use that as a stop. I think if I can get above that, then I'm wrong and it looks bullish. And if it stays below that, I'm right and it looks bearish. Again, human and machine. So, Chris, I'm overwhelmed by the amount of data TI provides. I want to take trades that are safe or as safe as they can be, no matter if the positions are long or short. I like the alpha alerts, but which channel would you focus on as an amateur trader? I think you got to ask yourself this, TRD, who am I as a person? And that becomes who am I as a trader, all right? So those alpha channels are looking at stuff that's really, spiking on volume and things like that. So I want to share with you this layout that I made. And I want to, hoping in our onboarding process to implement it as a default layout for users, a choosable default layout. Some work to be done there, but I call it beginner's layout. And I think you might benefit from this, our starter layout. All right, so I'm going to share this first, and we can cover what I did in this layout. All right, so there's that. And then we'll go over some channels as well because, I don't want to ignore the channels, of course. All right, so I've loaded this layout. 1 second here, everything's loading. All these wonderful things like that. Let me get rid of IB because IB is slowing me down a lot and my trading day has come to an end. So what I've done is I created just a simple set of charts in here with some simple SMAs in there, nothing too crazy, and then three alert windows, all right, and a single stock window with just some general information. And what I did is I tried to keep these simple and pointed. So first alert window is pull back 5 minutes, all right. And what I essentially did was I used a 5-minute high, all right, as the alert to get us that catalyst. And then I said, let's look at stocks where the relative volume was 2. We traded 125,000 shares today. We're between $5 and $100. We're up from the close, so we know hopefully that the trend is up right now. We're looking at a trend that's up during the day at least. Kind of, Todd. It doesn't work as well because, you got to use limit orders and there's got to be liquidity. There's no way for us to simulate liquidity. So you kind of have to put in a limit order at the last price, Todd, in order for that to work. All right, and again, I took the position and range filter to say we're off the highs of the day, but we're still above yesterday's close. All right, and then we've got a 50-cent trading range over the last 5 days. So just some kind of elegant-ish idea behind here, and the idea behind this is this. We're up from the previous day, so this chart kind of helps a little bit. So here was the close of yesterday. Here's the we're up here above that close of yesterday, but we pulled off the highs and now we're moving back up again on that 5-minute chart. All right, so that's what I'm trying to do there in that. And I think this narrows your data down. All right, and this is kind of tying this whole thing down. You got 3 scans to look at, 3 charts to look at, 1 single stock window to look at. That's all we're looking at in here, narrowing us down, all right? Again, if we come into this configuration here, all right, I use the crossed above resistance alert, so we're just looking back. The alert's going to look back and say the algorithm's going to say where's price been gathering recently, and if it crosses where it had been gathering, that's where we're going to get the alert, And the window specific filter says we also got to be doing these things to get the alert. Relative volume 3, traded 150,000 shares today. We're between 8 and $100. We're looking at stocks that were down yesterday, but we're up today. All right. And that's the idea behind this catalyst here. All right. So that's what we're doing there. And last one. Do this here. All right. Again, we're using that crossed above resistance algo. And then we're looking at stocks relative volume of 3. We traded 125,000 shares today. We're between $4 and $75. And this is giving us stuff that's maybe moving a little more quickly. So these ones may be slower setting up here. All right. This one may be a little faster setup. The stock has to have at least a 0.2% change in the last minute, and we got to be doing 3.5 times the normal 1 minute volume in this. All right, so giving you 3 scans that are doing 3 different things without overwhelming you, and for maybe 3. I want to say 3 types of traders, but 3 different types of trading. All right, and that's what we're looking at in there. Hopefully that all makes sense. That kind of helps. I think that the biggest part of it is just don't keep adding windows to a layout, especially when you're already overwhelmed. All right, get rid of that. Let's bring up a channel bar real fast. Where are you, channel bar? Now, we can go through any of these. Hold on, before I mess around, because I'm going to open some channels here. Tools, options, layouts, open relative to main window, save that because I don't use that function generally speaking. I would point you towards maybe looking at the swing idea channel. All right, and maybe you want to take some of the scans that are in these items here, all right, or in these channels, and you want to save one of them, all right. And so here we go, cross resistance base strategy. All right, configure, and what are we looking at in this base strategy? All right, so stock of relative volume of 1, traded 50,000 shares today, prices between 10 and 100. We're up 0.2% from the close. We're also up from this 130 period SMA on a 15-minute chart, and we're averaging 350,000 shares a day. All right, so this might be something. There is no safe. That's the only place I can't cover for you, unfortunately, and especially in this tape that we're in right now. There's just no such thing as safe. But at least the idea behind what we're doing in this scan, all right, as we look at it, is we're trying to capture trend. All right, that's what safe is: trading with the trend. All right, trading against the trend. I know everybody wants to be the counterculture and all those things like that. That stuff works in a lot of things. It does not work in the stock market. All right, averaging down. The reason why there's a saying only losers average down is because that's the way it works. People that average down in their positions, they are not long to last in this world. But the idea behind this is now, we're taking this SMA over this period, 130 period SMA, and we're saying we're trending up like that. And this change from close, say we're also up from yesterday. So we're trying to capture a trend here is what we're doing behind it. And we're capturing a trend with some volume. That's the idea behind these different metrics that are right here, all right? So the other thing that I want to, point out here is this. You might have some scans that work now and again in different markets and things like that, and you can ask yourself, well, what is the scan looking for, and how is it capturing a trend? And if it's capturing a trend, on what time frame am I capturing that trend? Am I capturing that trend on a tick-by-tick basis on 1 minute charts? Am I capturing that trend on a 3-day basis and things like that? So, safe, when you want to think of the term safe, well, what do you consider safe? Are you in and out in 5 minutes on a trade? Are you in and out in 50 minutes on a trade? And so safe, I'd point you towards safe is your trend. What trend are you trying to capture? That's what's safe. And the second part of safe is when you're wrong, you're wrong. You're out. That's the end of it. All right. When that trend isn't holding up, that's the end of it. So we could, this fizz right here. Look at that. We could use this. We could say, look, there's a trend to be captured here, right? And here's our trend line. And let's just say that, here is this move up, all right? We can even, I can even do this a little better. All right, and this is a daily chart, but we could do this. You can do this with any chart. So a bar is a bar is a bar. All right, it doesn't matter the time frame, but we can say we've got this trend here, all right, that we tried to capture, and we made this move up, all right, and on a pullback, we decided that this pullback was a great entry level. And we could say that this trend is our stop, all right? And we can say that this looks like a safe trend, and the trend is just safe for us moving up, all right? The trend no longer became safe. It touched there, it broke there, and we're out, all right? So that's safe. Trend trading is safe. There's not a lot of trends right now. That's what's going to be the issue, all right? That's where we're going to have the issue right now. Nobody likes to hear this stuff. Everybody wants the sexy, oh, I just bought 10,000 shares of this and on a 1 minute spike and I'm up $5,000 on it and all those things like that. There's a place for those traders. There are very, 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 very few traders that are successful like that. All right. Can anybody do it? I suppose. But the statistics don't lie. That's all there is to it. Trend trading is what is safe, all right? Capturing those trends, figuring out how to utilize the filters that we've just kind of gone over, the scans that we've just gone over, how to utilize those filters, those alerts to capture trend on the time frame that you want. That's how you safe trade, all right? And the bottom line is your stops and knowing how and where to place those based on the trend that you're trying to capture. The smaller the time frame, the shorter that trend is, the harder to capture it, and the harder to place those stops. All these things, we're not, what I'm talking about is all very, very simple stuff. And a lot of it, honestly, is things that I'm going on while I'm studying for the CMT Level 1. There's not a lot of reinventing the wheel in these things. Just kind of is what it is, that, the trend is your friend, all those axioms. So, I mean, hopefully this is all making sense and it's clicking. And I've had people in the past tell me, oh, you're taking the cheater's way out or you're copping out on these answers. But the bottom line is, whether this was a 1 minute chart here or a daily chart here, we could see there was a trend, a very well-defined trend. All right. And if you can capture 30% of a trend on every single one of your trades, you're long to last this game. All right. So that channel, the swing channel, is one channel that I'd say maybe take a look at the scans in there. Stocks trending, no, that's not what we want. Maybe there's probably scans in these individual ones here that'll work out well. Traders Vault. All right, now there's no charts in here. But, again, we come to trending markets. We talk about trending, all right? Stocks that are making new all-time highs are trending, all right? So Turbo Family up, no resistance. This wonderful scan that's right here, all right? File load from cloud. I don't know if there's really anything on it, but file load from cloud. Where are you? My charts. All right. Let's run a quick history here on Turbo Family up. History today, or let's go all. This is one of my favorite scans, in all honesty. It's so simple and elegant what Jamie put together in this scan, all right? But, all right, BCRX, all right? Let's look at this. We've got a nice trend that's been going on in this in a short-term basis, right? We can look at this in two ways, all right? First, way back here, we've got this trend that happened, all right? And so let's just say, for argument's sake, that we saw this go on and we decided that this was our entry level, all right? And that this trend line continue out, that was going to be our stop level, and that trend lasted right through this pullback until that happened right there, all right? Now we have a new trend, very steep, very short term, but look at that, all right? So now we ask ourselves, does this trend continue, and how do we try to figure this out, especially because I think a lot of people want swing ideas, all right? and we've got a stock making new all-time highs. There is nothing bearish about making a new all-time high. That doesn't mean it isn't shortable. That doesn't mean that it can't turn on a dime like that, all right? But the idea, as we look at some of these things that have come through here, all right, capturing trends. Again, a trend. A trend. These are short-term trends we can find all within this, all right? A trend, all right? And if we want, we can do this. Let's make a trend line. Let's get rid of my drawings, all right? And we can see a trend intact right here, all right? And how this is, since this point, we've obeyed that trend, right? Obeyed the trend. We came down, we didn't even touch it. We obeyed that trend, all right? So, you know, 1,000,001 ways to do these things. What is a percent of 700 guys who work for T3 Capital, the largest proprietary trading company on earth? Guess 71% of 700 guys or 514 guys. I guess. Yeah, Debbie, exactly. Market Explorer has a lot of stuff that's going to capture a trend, you know, in different ways. It's funny. I actually had this discussion in the traders, in our trader channel. I don't know, it was yesterday, the day before. So a book that I really liked about stock trading is William J. O'Neill, How to Make Money in Stocks. And in it, he talks about cup and handle patterns being, you know, the most reliable pattern over the long term, all right? Now I'm reading the CMT Level 1 book, and they talk about cup and handle patterns are the worst pattern, and that bull flags and bull pennants are the best pattern. And How to Make Money in Stocks, William J. O'Neill says that pennants and flags are the most failed patterns. Now, they have two completely different ways of looking at these and different tests that they ran. Same data, same pattern, you know, but, you know, different ways to look at it. Now, William J. O'Neill does have some fundamental thoughts behind why he does what he does with his patterns, where the CMT has no fundamental stuff talked about in it whatsoever. We just talk about price action in CMT. That's the end of it. Nothing more, nothing less. But, you know, with that said, you know, you take your time frame and where are we? New Market Explorer. Right click, server window. Bull flag, I don't even know if anything's going to be coming through this. Bull flag 3.0, because Michael keeps making some improvements on it, which is pretty awesome of him to do for us. All right. You know, here we go. Let's take a look at some of these bull flags coming through here. Zoom in a bit more. All right. So, unfortunately, the price action of this did not work out today, but here's where the flag was trying to form. Failed. All right, so keep in mind the tape we're in. All right. Again, here's the pull. Here's us flagging. Does not look like it's going to hold. But, you know, when we're not getting wrecked right now with the sell-off, and it's not even wrecked, it's just a grind. But again, here's our pull. We're flagging. Unfortunately, the flag couldn't hold. And these are daily alerts. So the alert came in, you know, here today. Had that held and moved up, we got a serious flag going on. Unfortunately, the market's just selling off. So just not working for us. But these bull flags look, our bear flags look a lot better. But same concept. Look at all these are some nice bull flags that Michael has found for us in some of these. And just for fun, let's look at the bear flags, and then I'm going to wrap up for the day. So, nope. No, not really a great bear flag. I see what it's trying to do, but no. No. Interesting, the bear flags don't look nearly as good as the bull flags. Yeah, again, I can see what it's trying to do here. So here's, you know, just no. Because a bear flag should go like this, down this way, and then it should come pennant this way up, or move this way like that. Generally speaking, go sideways too. why some e-window disappear in my layout. I'm not sure what you're exactly referring to, but if you didn't save the windows to your layout, they won't be there the next time you load up. So, this bear flag isn't looking good. But yeah, Debbie brings up the strength alerts, all right? And again, let's link that to the charts. You know, capturing trend. Capturing trend. Does that trend continue? I don't know, but we can set ourselves up with some good quality ideas that if this trend line can hold, all right, you know, on that basis, or do we look at it as a trend line like this? Is that the trend line we're looking at? They should come in, you know, at the open essentially, and if anything else meets the criteria during the day, it'll get populated there. It will change. It will come up and down based on score here. All right, so something could be on there and it could head this way. It could be at the top and head that way, or the bottom and head that way. Because it's based on daily charts, daily alerts. PBR, and I think it's no happy accent. Oil, 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 mining, energy, energy, mining, energy, energy, energy. I think you get the point here. So now we're not only finding relative strength in charts, we're finding relative strength in sectors. And again, now you got a trend, all right? RRC. We get this nice run up. We got a pullback. We got a new trend forming. Thank you, Mike C, as always, for your kind words. Appreciate it. So, you know, we could take this and look at this. Look at this trend line I'm going to draw. All right. Bounced. Bounced. And now we know we've got, you know, we could use that trend line as a stop, and we could use maybe today's, today as an entry, you know, above here, we get above this, and maybe we're moving up to this next level, you know, and this is what we're doing. We're turning ideas. Yeah, you're not the only one that believes that, Debbie. I'm a campaigner of that. No, Market Explorer is not. Your Market Explorer is for anybody that's subscribed to Trade Ideas, premium or standard. Renwick. Thank you, Debbie. Listen, you know, you popping in here, the emails you send in, Debbie, and the questions you ask in here and things like that, they get me thinking out of the box a lot of times, you know. So I, appreciate the interactions that you have with me here. You know, I think as a community we all benefit from it very much. Yeah. So Renwick. Market Explorer is for anybody. You just got to be on the newest beta, all right? So I think we're at 5.5.57. We're going to redo the download page, but I wonder if they even redid it yet. Kind of. I'm going to have to tell them they need to do better on this. All right, so if you're on our download page, we did redo. Nope, that's not the page I want. Well, we can just get rid of that. Let's get rid of you. How did I lose the download page? There we go. Here's the download page. So we did change things. We put TI Pro or Pro Beta. All right. We're discussing that not enough people realize the betas where, betas exist and we need them. So we did it like this. But if you're here on this page, all right, again, I can't, no. I can't stress this enough. Everybody should be on the beta. Everybody should be on the beta. No reason to not be on the beta. All right. Why is this not loading the way I want? Why are you not doing what I'm asking? All right. So if you're not on the beta, head here. All right. And you're going to click Pro Beta. And it's going to bring you down here to the beta. And you're going to download and install that beta. And that will give you not only the Market Explorer, but you are going to get the release notes are below it. So we really changed this around. All right. This was a big discussion yesterday. A big to-do in our marketing meeting. You're going to get notes on everything we've now done here. Hey, All right. So all the notes will be in here, and those notes will have links attached to them. There's some links about all the different stuff in here. Market Explorer went in a few items ago, so I don't know if that's here now. Data client. Alright, so that's all there like that. So no Market Explorer in the notes. But there's my, yes, it's faster, and the races and everything, exactly, TRD. So that's where that is. Get that, and then once you've done that, here's, the user guide. Everybody can go through this. I do have to run in a moment. Here's the full user guide. Copy link address. No, I'm going to bring that up, Debbie, tomorrow. Yeah, and they're going to get improved from there. Bill and Jamie are now in charge of the release notes, and Bill has really excellent attention to detail, and while he knows the software well, now he has Jamie who also knows the software well and is a trader, so it really makes for a really 1-2 combo punch on those release notes now that'll only get better. So that's the user's guide, and here's in the user's guide. If we're looking at the user's guide here and we're scrolling down, we got sections on all these things here. So where are you? Market Explorer, and there it is. And you'll click on that and you'll get this beta version, it tells us. And there's videos that go over this and how to load it and how to use it and the scans that are on there and what the scans are looking for. All right. And if that's not good enough, if we go new and we go Market Explorer, right here on this window, if you click that, you're getting a Market Explorer link right to the user's guide of the Market Explorer on that link as well. So, trying to get, education embedded into the software as well. So, that's what I got for you folks. All right. Hopefully everybody found this all helpful and informative. And, look, I say it all the time. Everybody's got an agenda. The guy at the supermarket's got an agenda. The lady that owns the restaurant's got an agenda. People on TV have an agenda. I have an agenda. My agenda is to have you all be long-term Trade Idea subscribers. Tell your friends and family about us, and everybody's using Trade Ideas to manage their own portfolios, long or short-term, whatever it is that they do. But it only works if you folks are successful. There's no two ways to cut it. It's a hard market. Some people are going to really excel in this market. Some people are going to struggle in this market. As the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats, meaning when the market's always up, it makes it much easier. When that market is always down, it does not make it easier. Even if the trend is down, it doesn't make it easier for people. So please don't get discouraged. Look, I understand there's, at times people may have to take a break from their subscription and, come back to it at a point or anything like that. Just, keep these in mind. The market's always going to be here. Trade Ideas is going to be here. All right. Trading is going to be here. What won't be here is the people that are forcing it and trying to fight what's happening right now. So, keep these things in mind, and, don't get discouraged. Journal, write it out longhand. I think journaling is much better that way. Your emotions go into more of it, makes it more real, puts the feels in there, as the kids say, and all those things like that. So, I thank you all again for coming in, for sharing your time with me. I very much appreciate it. I love when it's more interactive like this. It makes the time go much faster. And guys, you don't make real-time trading sessions kind of live tutorials when you explain the positions you choose and why. A few reasons. Barry is doing it live on the Traders Room, so we're not going to compete with Barry, number one. Number two, I could not do a live session and trade. I just can't do it. My mind is split between too many places, because here's the thing. I have to monitor the chat to make sure no one's coming in spamming, make sure that people are behaving themselves, not fighting amongst each other, organize my screens for streaming and doing that while keeping all of my personal stuff, as far as my broker and everything, out of the way. There's just for me personally, I can't speak for anybody else. For me personally, it's just not something I'm currently capable of doing. On top of that, I have to work support all day. So, I probably answer between chats and emails 50 emails or 60 emails a day. There's no possible way I can stream, monitor the stream, trade, answer all those items, and jump in, read support files and all those things like that. It's a lot of the same for the other guys that work here too in support. So, outside of us hiring someone to be a guru trader using trade ideas and stream, we've got Barry. That's essentially it. So, that's really the reason. That's my personal reason why, and I would say that a lot of that translates over to the other traders that are here as well. Just realistically trading. Also, people don't want to sit in a live stream. There are days I don't take any trades. All right. And there might be 2 or 3 days I don't take any trades, and no one's going to sit in that live stream with me not taking trades. I say no one. There might be 3, 5, 10 people sitting in that. And then now my focus is on that live stream of just a couple of people not taking trades instead of, doing all the other troubleshooting that I have to do here. So sorry, TRD, just a multitude of reasons why we don't come in and do it like that. You're stuck with Barry. You're stuck with Barry. Sorry. So, all right, everybody. I do have to run. Again, I thank you all very, very much. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday evening, and I will catch you all back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. Thanks again, and take care.